right. So, how's everybody doing today?
I'm doing many things, some of which are good.
I'm doing good, bro.
I live. Again, hi.
So, if you haven't noticed yet, we only have about half the team here today. So, one of them, as far
We're
as I
dead.
know, still has some personal family issues that they're dealing with. The other had a close loss to them, and our condolences go out to them. The other is dealing with some scheduled events. They're with the military, so they have some duties that they could not shirk out of today. So they may be joining us a little bit later. But for now, this is our team today. We have Uncle Grenelfort. We
EAs.
we have Kavash,
Yes.
and we have the elusive Spart.
Hello. And he could totally have made it here. He just could have made any future sessions. Trade-off thing with the military.
Indeed. All right. So let's see here. Does anybody have any questions or things they want to discuss before we jump straight into the recap?
Yo, sir.
Okay. All right, then. Recap it is. Let's get some music here. All right. As you bar the door and bandage your wounds, planning the next move, the sounds of condensation dripping into small puddles and crackling of wall torches are the only sounds in the cellars at the abandoned villa. Let me just put this here. All right. So, as the red worn banners move blissfully in the draft from the secret passage that Kavash discovered, Grenelfurt feels something small, hard, and light hit his head. As he looks up, a small pouch of gold coins is poured over his head by a mischievous mephit, cackling madly before returning to the lower planes. Grenelford giving each of his companions two of the coins from the mephit, Enna brings the tiefling noble warrior, Faith, back from the brink of death with a magical potion that she has found. You also wake the kobold who fainted during your bloody battle with the Knoll Enforcers. Enforcers sent by a mysterious figure calling themselves the Ebon Spider, who is giving orders to someone calling themselves Cinderstaff, and who has dealings with Ignis Flameshroud, a member of the Commonwealth Concordant that went missing during a reconnaissance mission of the region. The kobold is quickly bound and dragged along as you discover the secret passage that leads to an orchard on the other side of Frosthaven. A private entrance or exit, if you will, for this Cinderstaff that leads these group of thugs, the Crimson Mask Marauders. Using the winged kobold named Swoop as a guide, she leads you to a secret passage to a hidden armory. The Crimson Masks appear to be arming themselves for an assault, aggressive expansion, or both. Heading further through the ruined cellars, you find what appears to be the family crypt of the original owners of the villa. As Grenelford approaches the dust-covered stone slabs, the sounds of stone scraping against stone fills the air. Skeletal fingers from within the tombs push off the stone covers and shamble out, tattered robes of noble garb, and they unsheath their rusted ceremonial weapons. Whatever curse or enchantment that animated these bodies did nothing to really strengthen their ancient brittle bones, as they are easily broken by your weapons and magical energies. Inna finds a peculiar platinum signet ring belonging to this Censar family who once owned the land here in times long forgotten. You make your way further into the hidden areas of the cellars, and the floor gives way. Kavash quickly catches himself dangling from a small ledge as the door above him opens. A man wearing a blood-red mask opens the door. He looks down and stabs the boy and alerts the others to the intruders. The pit, seeming to be a larger threat than the Crimson Mask themselves, the Marauders are quickly surrounded and lose their high ground advantage. With their advantage gone, they are quickly slain with precision. The same grace could not be said for Inna, who had much trouble getting out of the Mask's pit trap. You all discover that they were guarding the missing Dendar family, who were captured by the Masks and were prepared to be sold into slavery. Swoop bargains for her freedom, promising you much shiny if you let her go. She leads you to a murky well, and at the bottom you find the body of Thale Dendar, partially eaten. Kavash dives in with a rope around his waist. Swimming to the murky depths, he finds a wooden box jammed into a small alcove at the bottom. As he returns to the surface and opens the crate, inside he finds many coin, but also some magical potions, an unidentified scroll, and a magical longsword in a silver-etched scabbard. Myrna Dendar, Thale's widow, doesn't have much to give as a reward for saving her life as well as her son and daughter, but she does tell you the location of a hidden treasure, a family heirloom, if you would, that has great monetary value, that was left behind when her family fled their old home of Stormwood, which was overrun by the undead. Now, you rest, planning your next move in Frosthaven. You have many leads on adventure, but the location of this dragon-toothed castle where Hybor was taken still remains a mystery. Now, just a quick summary of some of the downtime activities that you've partaken in. I'm only going to read off the ones that are currently here right now. Grenelfert, living in a dirty alleyway, he donates some of his free time to helping the local shrine, earning him some favor with the local clergy. However, his wretched lifestyle was not without risk. His dwarven tome and his alchemical regents were stolen in the middle of the night. In a fit of rage and retaliation, he burned down Senzar Manor, also raising the alarm of the local town. Spart donated his time to the local temple. Still uneasy from the secrets he uncovered previously, his contributions went mostly unnoticed, and he left, sadly, no lasting impression with the clergy at the shrine this time. Kavash, doing what he does best, went on another crime spree, but this, not for his own personal gain, but for his uncle Grenelfert. Visiting Baldur's Sundries, he managed to successfully sneak inside and steal the last bottle of alchemist fire, which he provides as a present for his uncle Grenelfert. So, this is where we're going to pick off at. Spart has found the rest of you and has come to rejoin you. The others are still doing some of their own activities and are kind of split right now. It was discussed that you may be headed toward the eastern parts of the Starlight Trail to fulfill a promise to the shrine to seek out a spirit for knowledge, as this was the price that they asked for raising Grenelfert when he fell so long ago in the caves that left him horribly marred and physically unable to speak. So you're in Frosthaven. What would you like to do?
Well, it probably wouldn't be a good idea to to go out for what I was planning to do.
Who are you going to burn this time?
Oh, probably that shopkeep that wanted to charge me $50 for an alchemist fire. I mean, I just happen to have this alchemist fire.
Okay, I mean, if that's what you
Oh,
want to
dude.
do, I'm not going to stop.
No, I'm being kind of facetious. Uh, I'm actually not sure. I was kind of hoping we'd have more than just me and two other people.
You don't burn up the place that you can steal more stuff from later.
Well, Anthony did message and saying that he would leave the 3 potions of healing that he had on in his person with the rest of the group since he would be away today. So you will have that, and to my regret, you would have
You got me.
Faith also as an option to accompany you. Now remember, with Spart comes Tom, and Tom's sort of a loose cannon. Kavash
I guess we can.
knows.
I guess we can give a go, and let me find the quest thing. Okay, yeah. What Grenelfert was preparing before he burned down the manor was supplies to go out to I forget the name of the town, but it's to do that quest that the priestess asked us to do for resurrecting me.
Right, you're going to go seek out that lost spirit that she tried to communicate with, but failed to do so.
Yes. Do y'all think it's a good idea with so many people out to do something like that?
Yeah, everything you should be fine with that. I'll be tweaking things as we go along, so don't worry about the mechanical part. Worry about having the fun adventure part.
All right. Well, this is what I was planning on doing next. If nobody else, um, if nobody else objects, I had said that I had already put together a place where we could get a horse and a cart and some supplies together for food and stuff to go there and back. Well, I was able to do that, Dave.
Yes, and just going over some of that as well. Now, Kavash, you also paid for studded leather with a dull finish, which has been completed for you. So
Sweet.
you can go ahead and pick that up. But yes, Grenelford, you want to purchase some of the horse and carts, as well as the food for them, and I believe you also said tents for that journey eastward.
Yeah, I guess we could fit 2 of us to a tent. I haven't actually seen the tent thing. But
Let me see. I think they tell you how many people can go in the tent. It may be 2. Let me see.
Kavash hardly
10.
counts as a Kavash
Yeah, it
plus
sleeps too.
Grenelfert are small. It could fit Spart. All
okay,
three.
yeah, it says it sleeps 2. There it is. All right, so Grenelfert, Spart, Kavash, and Faith are who's coming, right?
Yeah,
separate
I'm going to
tents
have
for-
to include Faith on this just as a safety precaution.
So we don't get killed. That's what that is.
Yeah, it's more toward
Faith.
a balance issue with that.
Faith can do that for us.
Yeah, she will die for you.
Okay, so I'll get 2 tents, the horse and the horse and the cart, and food for the horse, and food and drink for us. I'm gonna go. I think you said that this guy up here, he he was really happy with us that we brought him his stuff back. So I'll go buy from him everything that I can.
Okay, let me see here. I'm just seeing how far away it is from your current location here. It's 1, 2, 3. Wow. Okay, so it's going to be about one-way trip to where that spirit's located at. It's going to take about 5 days just to get there one way.
Okay, so how much gold will it cost to do that? I don't think.
I'm going through this here. Let's see.
Yeah, the entries in Roll20 don't have
No, I
cost.
got the lists up here. So, are you all getting horses to ride on yourselves?
I was thinking we could just ride on the cart.
Okay, so let's see. With that, so cart itself is going to run about 15 gold. It looks like the single horse to pull the cart is going to be about 50 gold for the horse. Now, feed per day is only about 5 copper, so it's very cheap for the food stuffs for the provisions for that.
So that'd be, see, 50 for 10 days. Let's get an extra 5 days, so it'd be 75 copper.
Yo, Dave.
What's up?
Did I get anything from my old leather armor? Like if I try to sell it back to the guy who made me the studded leather, will he give me anything for it?
Make a persuasion check. Let's see how. Well, let's do this here. How would you try to sell it to him? Let's do that first.
Well, I mean, Dave, persuasion will work because he wouldn't try to say this armor's like blah 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 because then, the guy would be like, "Why you need a stud leather that I just made?" So he wouldn't try deception or anything like that. It wouldn't make sense to do so. And he's not a dumb kid, so he'd be like, "Yeah, it's not really that tore up. It's serviceable, and I don't really have use for 2 sets of armor. You want to buy it from me, mister?" Would that be persuasion?
All right. Yeah, do persuasion. I'm trying a different rhythm to certain things here, including myself.
Boom! Not 20, Dave.
All right. So he will take full price of that back. So he'll buy it from you for the 10 gold.
Very nice.
I'm just too cute, is what it is.
The dimples come out,
Oh yeah. Cool, sweet.
So, again, going with what I was saying before you got that natural 20, Mr. Salesman, was doing a little different rhyme and reason around this time. I'm going to try to describe some things out first before we run some of the results for things, so should be interesting today.
Oh no, it makes perfect sense, man. But yeah, deception. He's better at deception, but that's one of them cases where he wouldn't be trying to like sell the lemon car. Why would he be buying a studded leather from the guy if his armor
It's
was,
battle
like,
tested, hardly a mark
mysteriously
on
cool?
it. It's even broken in
That's
a little
true.
bit.
Okay, so at the price of the horse, the cart, and the food for the horse. I need the price of the tents and food for us.
Okay, so, well, and you'd also need to get the water stuff now. People with survival can kind of help mitigate some of those costs and some of those needs, which is why rangers rock for some of that.
Not
Some priests.
not interested. I want to have shit already on hand just in case.
All right. Well, the 2-person tent is 2 gold per tent.
2 gold.
Yes, per tent.
I'll help pay for it, Uncle Granford. I'll give 2 gold to the party use.
All right.
Already deducted.
All right, so let's see. All right, so do they have barrels of water? Because the water skin's only good for about a half day.
Yeah, we need a barrel or 2.
Yeah.
So,
Where are we going?
Where are we going?
I actually can't remember the name of it, but we're going to.
you're going to the Spirit's Cottage. That's.
Why do we want to mess with a ghost thing? Why can't we kill more human living people and get paid?
Because it was promised to do that.
Because they resurrected me, and this is what they asked in return.
Yeah, but from what I know, Uncle Grimmelford, spirits don't die when you stab them or throw darts in their head. So, what use am I going to be on something like this?
Let's find
Well,
out.
ideally, we won't be fighting the spirit. We'll just be speaking with it.
Okay, Uncle Grimmelford, okay. If you say so.
All right, we'll just say for the barrels of water that you're going to try to get from that, we'll just say, just for time's sakes with this, we'll just say they're 5 gold for the barrels of water.
All right, how long are we saying a barrel lasts?
It's like 40 gallons, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's like a gallon. A human medium-sized person needs about a gallon per day. Grimmelford would need about a half a gallon per day. So
That
40 gallons is quite a bit.
That seems very high number for what you drink in a day. But okay,
That's
so
what the book says.
let me see this.
Yeah, that is what the book actually says with that.
Well, 4 of us, that's 10 days. So I'll be getting 2 barrels. You said it was 2 gold apiece? Oh no, 5 gold apiece. All right, and human food.
All right, so 1 day's rations about 5 silver a pop.
I'll pay.
So it'll be
more
2
gold.
2 gold a day for each of us.
Right, and that's one way to the place.
So let's see. I want to do.
That would barely get you a round trip because it's going to take about 5 days.
Actually, a ration.
No, I'm saying it's 2 gold a day. That's what I said. I'm planning out how many days it'll be another 30 gold.
You're talking about barrel price plus rations price.
Yeah.
Okay. So 10 gold apiece. Right, 10 gold each. Hello?
I'm doing math. Wait.
Oh, okay.
And that could be what Granful just says in your head as he's trying to count on his fingers. The other hand's got like an abacus,
But that was my out of character voice. My in character voice would have been, Uncle Grimmelford, how many days is it going to take to get there?
It'll take 5 days to get there one way. So I'm planning on there being 15 days to give us a cushion. It is going to cost
Too much.
I can actually cover it. It's going to cost 107 gold, 7 silver, and 5 copper.
What? Why so much?
Because I'm buying a cart and a horse and food for the horse.
For the horse.
And food and water and tents for us. And yeah, it's just expensive.
Wow. Okay. Well, so my 7 gold really doesn't do anything. How about if I give
Uh,
10 more gold?
no,
17.
don't worry about it. The 7 gold is fine.
Wow. Didn't we already have a horses and cart or oxen and cart? Isn't that what we
That
queued
was
up in?
not. It was not ours.
Oh dang it! I got used to that one. I sat in the back a lot. It was comfortable.
Apparently, it's comfortable sleeping on mining tools.
No, he burrowed himself a hole space.
Okay, I pay it. Um,
Okay.
so we have everything we need, and we can keep using the horse and the cart. So all we need to do is get more. We can use the tents more too. So I mean, this is good for the long run. We just need to buy food, which is not as expensive.
Yeah, the biggest problem with the rations is really their weight, and since you're loading up on a cart, that's pretty easy to deal with. Apparently, they pack the rations in solid lead tins.
That's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
they weigh a lot. Like 2 pounds a piece for a day's worth of food.
So I'm gonna find the person that stole from me, and I'm just gonna throw him in a pit of lead tins and just let him die of either heavy metal poisoning or hunger, whichever happens first.
Not
Man,
if
you
I
guys are charmers.
not if I find them first. I will go first. They're dead.
Okay, so is there anything else y'all want to do in town before we leave? I'm ready.
And Faith will just go whenever you guys are ready, so you just pretty much got to stop by and get her. For the sake of simplicity, each one of you will have one healing potion. Which you should also find the stats for such under your PC sheet.
Okay.
Should be the first entry under the player character folder, Roll20.
That sounds fine.
All right. So, yeah, but like Grenifort was saying, pretty much if there's anything else you want to do, now is the time to do it before you leave Frosthaven.
Well, Dave, Kavash would want to track down those dudes and kill them, but you said that he's too great right now and he's too smart for
Yeah,
that. So.
the town's kind of high alert, which isn't really a bad thing, except for when you're trying to track down, who stole from the person who burnt down that villa.
Yeah, so it'd be nice if we can like leave town for a little bit. Nudge nudge.
That actually works in your favor a little bit.
It really does a lot.
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, Spart.
Yes.
Now, did you want to procure some equipment? Maybe some weapons?
Oh, Spark's got the most important thing of all, friends.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll find something useful on the way.
And
Or we
Tom
won't.
just kind of runs along up your shirt and kind of lands on your shoulder and just kind of sprawls out.
Spark moves slower.
Tom is a stoat that accompanies Spart on his adventures.
Kavash likes Tom. Kavash is always giving Tom carrots.
Please
You're
stop
where
doing
he
that.
gets them from.
That's who's doing it, by the way. I'm just kidding.
mystery solved. All right, so with
By the ghost facers. Ghost facers.
Ay, ay, ay.
Uncle Gronfort, you're insane.
Come on, it's a supernatural reference. Did nobody get it?
I don't really watch that show.
No. Nobody gets my funny joke.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
But we should say it.
No, we shouldn't.
All right. So let's see here. Perfect. All right, so let me get you over to the map here, and we will start traveling. All right, so each of these little hexes are going to be roughly about 5 miles, and you'll be able to travel about 3 of them in a day's journey. This is including the 8 hours that you're gonna need from sleep, and the other 6 hours, which is just breaking camp, making camp, and some minor little things as you travel. So that'll be your entire day here. Now, as we do have one of our wonderful house rolls, you guys are going to be rolling for the random encounters.
Dun dun dun.
Yay!
The kids love the random encounters.
Yay.
So, on that note, who would like to be the lucky person to toss the die here?
Ooh, not it.
Grindelford can do it again. It went pretty well last time.
All right, I want you to roll a d20. Okay. So let's. So as you're traveling, leaving Frosthaven, some of the colder air from the mountainscapes kind of hits you, from the back. You leave some of the rugged hillsides and go to more flat plains as you travel north up the Starlight Trail, and you start to break east. As you do so, you travel through the day. You get, you stop for lunch. A little bit of dark clouds, almost like it's going to rain, but it doesn't. But the temperature still kind of drops a few degrees, making it a little more chilly. Not helping from some of the cold winds from the mountain ranges in the south. As you do, the horse seems, fine with this. She seems kind of troubled. A little bit from the news that she recently discovered about her missing compatriot, as well as her trials as an actual warrior that has not been quite working out for her. So she's trying to come to terms with the reality of her situation. But as you sit there playing with some of the rocks and seeing some of the little sparse tree life, vegetation off the sides of the trail, nothing really peculiar happens as you travel onward. And you stop for the day as the sun starts to set, and you go to make camp. So, as you do so, do your characters do anything as you break for camp?
I'll set up a watch. I'll look around. We need to set up a watch, in order of observation while we all rest and stuff.
Spart does a walk around.
Kavash, by the way, travels hiding in the wagon. So if they were observed, they would not observe the 13-year-old boy hiding in the wagon. Theoretically.
Okay.
That way he could be a nice surprise for somebody.
Grentelford is just setting everything up, putting up the tents and feeding the horse, doing due diligence.
Well, I think you should relax because I think that's too tense.
But
Oh no, that's that joke again.
here we go.
So, all right. So as you're kind of scouting the area around here, why not whoever's scouting? I want you to make perception checks.
Sure.
Faith is going to help kind of set up some of the tents and make sure the horses are taken care of, or the cart's secure, and trying to get a fire starting so everybody can eat hot rations.
And my passive's better than that.
All right.
I'm a helper.
So Spart, with his eagle vision.
No, we're screwed.
Well, no, you're going along the trail, and you're seeing all tracks from travelers that have gone through here because it's pretty close to Frosthaven, so there's still a lot of traffic here. Kind of going through some of the side, the little grass on the sides, looking for peculiar things. A lot of open area here, even with the sparse trees and shrubs. Occasional little, 2-foot rock here and there. You just kind of poke around things, see what you can find. Kavash, eagerly looking for snakes, has not been able to find one yet. Has not really seen anything peculiar here. As the sun sets with this, the land begins to get dark, and you just kind of give up after a while. Nothing's catching your eye. It just looks like really little grassland with bits of little frost on them. A little bit of frozen earth, if you would.
So no snakes. That's sad.
Now, since you're camping out here, I want to know who's going to take watch. Now, Faith will take a watch, so we only need 2 other people to volunteer. She'll take whatever watch you assign her.
I'm a helper. Bart will be happy to take a watch, just like he helps us with scouting.
Grentelford can take a watch, but his perception isn't as good as y'all's.
Kavash takes a watch, of course. Probably first one. He likes to sleep straight through.
Yeah, but whose watch is it?
Bad joke. Okay, so...
I'm sorry. Is that an expectation? Good jokes? Man, you're upping the game on us.
I know. So, all right, so Kavash will take the first watch. Spart can, I guess, assist by just watching over the camp here, because Grentelford, do you want the second or final watch?
I guess the final watch.
All right, so it'll be Kavash, Faith, and Grentelford. So, to see what the party's fate will be, Spart, why don't you roll for random encounters on this?
No.
Awesome. What do I roll?
Not
D20
Spark,
first.
dude.
Okay,
See
so
how
what do you guys want on the roll? High or low?
They want all the encounters, all at once.
Okay, I'll go for a 20. Huh, halfway there.
Not quite a 20. So, Kavash, starting off with your watch, your, campfire lights kind of, lighting some of the surrounding area. You see the clouds have passed that once were darkening the skies. They've
Don't
opened up.
forget Skulker, Dave.
And you see the stars at night there. A little bit of a waning moon out tonight. And you sit there just kind of looking around, occasionally poking the fire, feeding it, just making sure everybody is safe here. You are just a cart out on the side, not right next to the trail, but out further, breaking camp as best you could. And as you kind of patrol, kind of keep the warmth, the wind, since there's very little trees, is pretty strong, very stinging with its cold embrace. You feel kind of almost like a little frostbite trying to form on your nose here. But as you walk around to keep warm, keeping an eye out, I want you to roll a perception check for me.
Wait. Okay.
No, boom. Poo poo.
Okay. So, as you're patrolling around, you see something kind of move in the grass, and you get a little excited. Could be somebody skulking to stalk up on your group, somebody traveling to find you and take you out, or maybe one of those legendary snakes that you've been trying to track down is maybe finally coming out of hiding.
Yes.
So you start to kind of be real quiet. You take your dagger out and you just kind of stay real low, quiet. As you inch closer and closer, you see the grass kind of startle and move a little bit, and starts to move away a little bit, and you get real excited and you just kind of leap out and try to grab it, and when you do, it just turns out to be like a little armadillo.
Oh. Disappointment.
But outside of that, that was the highlight of the night for you. That was the most excitement on your watch.
Dang. An armadillo. Who had extremely horrible stealth. Because, yeah.
All right.
And that was it for my watch. I'll wake the next person up.
Okay, so it's going to be Faith here, and
Faith, do me a favor. Keep an eye out for poisonous snakes. I'm going to bed.
why does it always have to be snakes?
I like snakes.
Character sheets here. All right, so let's see. What is her? It's a stat. Just put it this way. Perception out the way. She sees everything. All right, so on her watch, she goes out and she does her little patrols, kind of doing little circles around the camp. Again, just checking on the horses, making sure they're still secure, that the wagon's still kind of tackled off, so I can just try to take it and run. She does keep an eye out for snakes. Boy, does she keep an eye out for snakes. She doesn't see any snakes there, but on the plus side, she doesn't see anything threatening come across the camp as well. Keeping her eye to the skies as well as to the road out ahead, using her dark vision to kind of see out past the firelight. Everything seems to be quite quaint, and after she finishes her watch there, sadly, not as much as excitement as Kavash, she goes over to Grenelfert and wakes him up. And she probably gets the screaming in her head, like, ha ha, what, huh?
Probably something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and it's your old watch? And she goes and sheathes her weapons and starts to take off the armor, and after about 10 minutes of doing so, she goes into whatever her tent is and into her little sleeping bag and just curls up and goes to sleep. All right, Grenelfert. I want you to roll perception here.
Can you roll it for me? I'm having some problems with my browser.
Sure can. Let me see what your modifier is.
It's a +2.
+2. All right, I'll use the die roller here. +2, and let's roll this. Wow, 18 on that roll. Then that's before the bonus.
Very nice.
All right, so Grenelford, as you wake up, kind of when you talk to yourself in your head, everybody hears it. And if they didn't have weird dreams before, they certainly are going to have some really strange dreams tonight. And you're just kind of going over the past events, you burning. Everything.
All I can think of now is broadcasting Tim Curry. I'm a sweet transvestite.
Okay, Mr. Frank.
Good Lord.
I love you guys.
We learned something new about Uncle Grenelford every day.
Nah, dude, that has one of the coolest songs ever made on it too, sung by O'Brien.
But
darkness must flow down the river.
But you understand, Grenelford is
night's
probably dressed
dream.
as that, or as close to it as he could be.
That's crazy.
He gets his makeup tips from Mimi from the Drew Carey show.
Yep.
So it's even more horrifying, not just with the scarring of the face, but just this crazy little gnome wearing scantily clad outfits with
Okay, Kavash is more unnerved by that than anything else ever.
Well, you don't see this. This is all while you're asleep. So this is like his hidden life out in the open where nobody sees it. So as
just his random thoughts being transferred into your brains while you sleep.
Yeah, and he's not patrolling the camp. He's frolicking around the camp, singing the song, being the happiest that he has probably ever been. But he doesn't really open up to this while you guys are awake. So he's literally having a field day today. As he does so, occasionally he'll see some of the nightlife there, like little possums and little fireflies and things just fly by, and he'll take them and sing his little song to them, almost like a very horrific Disney princess. And he does this through the rest of his watch, only going back near the end of it where he cleans up the excess makeup, changes his clothing, and then begins to start cleaning up some of the things for the camp, where everybody starts to wake up as the rays of the sun come up over the mountainsides, and just everybody's awake by the bright light.
It's food time.
Yeah, so you got I'm not sure what would come in those rations, but we'll just say it's things like little meats, like little sausages, and maybe like little potatoes, or things of that nature. So you got this breakfast food, really
some eggs, maybe.
Yeah, different eggs. Maybe not just from chickens, but from other animals, different sizes.
Goat eggs.
Goat eggs. Maybe like a big ostrich egg. Grenelford's just got this giant egg, and he's just like eyeing it up, mouth salivating. So, but yeah, you all wake up, smell of breakfast. Grenelford's cooking up, and you're all alive.
Man, that's about as surprising as anything during the adventure.
All right. So is there anything special you do that anybody does in the morning?
Kavash doesn't mention strange dreams at all, by the way.
No, Faith doesn't either. It's just kind of this very awkward breakfast where not many people are just kind of talking. They're kind of just looking at each other, eating really slowly, just wondering what the hell happened with those dreams.
Questioning every life decision they've ever made.
Exactly.
Man, Firefox really doesn't like Roll20.
Really, what happened?
It's just not loading.
I use that for the player view for the stream. I don't really have much of an issue for it, except for the initial login. For whatever reason, takes a little longer than normal. But outside of that, the response for it seems fine.
It just sticks on the black screen where it's loading at the beginning. I need to get this thing reimaged because when I went in with my laptop being broken, the image that we were using was broken, and it was the only image I could get.
All right. So while we're trying to get Grenelford back in here, what about Spart? Are you doing anything in the morning special?
Well, I'm packing up my things, checking to make sure that there's no spider or ants or anything else that's crawled on our belongings before we take off. Just normal stuff you do while traveling.
Yep. Kavash is hoping you find a snake curled up inside your boot or something, and
Mhm.
sadly, there are no snakes or scorpions. Good
Damn.
sound for a scorpion.
All right, the issue was with Firefox. I can open it with another browser. So I'm back. I'm in. I can do stuff.
Okay. So Kavash, what about you?
Do I do what?
What is there anything special that Kavash does after his breakfast?
No, sir. He just gets in the cart and gets ready to go.
Okay. So Faith is gonna take some of the little water skins, and while the fire's still kind of going with the breakfast, she puts a couple of them close by it, kind of heating them up. So once you break camp, she gives you each kind of this little heated water skin, like a little hot water bottle.
Well, Grenelfert will put it in its lap and wrap himself up in his winter blanket while they ride.
Yeah, Kavash will drop it down his stud leather armor.
And the stoat will just curl up by it, stealing all of its warmth.
Because the Stoat is the real character. We don't know why Spart's here.
I don't know either.
The stoat is psionically awakened and has taken over the mind of Spart.
Oh
That
god.
explains so little. It means so much.
But yes, Spart, you also know about this quest as well, because when during your times at the temple, especially the first one, this is what was asked for you in lieu of material components, payment for raising Grenelfert.
Say that again?
The journey that you're on, going to visit a spirit, is what the priestess Abigail
Okay.
asked of you in exchange for raising your friend back from the dead.
All right. Okay, cool.
So you're fulfilling a promise, essentially. All right. So who would like to roll for the overland encounters here?
I think it's
got this.
Kavash's turn.
Yeah, I got this one, dudes.
All right. Okay. All right. So as you travel along the
I have to be right back. I'm sorry.
Sure. As you travel along the Starlight Trail, you don't see a lot of passerbys. In fact, most of the heavy traffic seems to be closer to Frosthaven. Seems to be a lot less of it down this road. There's still some bits where you see where there may have been other horses and maybe a cart that may have passed through here days ago, but outside of that, not much else been traveled through here. And with some of the stories that you've heard, be it from bands of gnolls to undead, it's not really surprising with that a lot of prospectors would stay as far clear from this as possible. But as you move along, the day opens up, becomes quite nicer than it was yesterday. The sun is out, shining, giving you great visibility on the lands. You get to see a nice view of the ice crown peaks from the Giant Spine Mountains. Beautiful sight. To your left, you do get to see some of the Scarjaw Forest, very mass wilderness, mostly unclaimed, named after the tribe of Goliaths that roamed the area here, and pretty much cleared out most of the more fierce creatures in the area. But as you stop for lunch, you kind of take back, just relieve that over the past few days you've had quite the entanglements, quite the encounters, be it with marauding thugs to undead gnolls, strange kobolds, and it's kind of nice to be able to just travel without being accosted by these creatures of evil. But
Indeed.
as you recollect on this, it's time to move on and continue on throughout the day. You occasionally catch some of the wildlife coming out today, some rabbits out in the distance, other small game here and there. Especially when you get by closer to some of the edge of the forest, there's even some deer and fauna that you see kind of peek out, nuzzling in some of the softer grass beyond the tree line. But you manage to go through another 15 miles here, and you start to make camp for the night.
All right.
So, who wants to be the lucky
Same
person?
routine as the first.
You want to roll it?
I'll roll it, sure.
All right.
But I mean, we'll set up watch and stuff the same way we did the night before.
Second verse, same as the first.
All right. Well, roll the d20. Okay.
6.
All right. So, Kavash, roll your perception for the evening here.
I kill him, Dave. I kill him. Nope.
So, you start patrolling the area, especially by the the hills and with the forest. You're really
Out of character, there's like 3 vipers. I'd never see them, Dave. I hate you. It's awesome.
There's a whole nest of them that you just walk over.
Good lord, man.
Yeah, and you're looking for them too. Being this close to some of the wilderness and hills, you're really looking hard for them. And there's times where you think you see one and you get really excited, and it turns out to be just a stick. It's just been worn down from the weather. You take it and out of frustration, just kind of toss it. As you are kind of circling around the camp, little swarm of bats kind of fly by from the south, but they don't stop over your camp. They just keep flying on by. Just their little flaps and the squeaks as they go by, chasing whatever insects that they're hunting, whatever prey that they're hunting that night. So, but outside of that, nothing really peculiar jumps out at you. So you just put your daggers away, sighing, sad that you didn't find the snakes. And you wake up Faith for her.
Yep.
For her watch here.
Thanks, Dave.
I'm sorry, I'm back now.
Yeah, I see that in the chat here. So, all right. All right, so Faith, again, gets woken up. rubs some of the sleep out of her eyes, puts on her armor as Kavash, takes off his, and he gets, all nice and warm under the sleeping bag in the tent. She finishes donning all her armor and takes her sword and just starts kind of patrolling the area, checking behind some of the rocks in the fields and looking close by the tree line, trying to make sure there's nothing hiding in the trees and while she's far away from the camp, just kind of getting a wider scope of the camp, making sure there's nothing skulking in the fields. She sees some movement, and she kind of rushes over towards where it is, and it turns out to be just a deer that just got too close to the camp, and she kind of just chases it away.
Kills it so he can. Never mind.
No, if she had rolled a little better with that, I would have said that. Even with you, I would have had something like that. But sadly, no, she didn't quite catch it in time, and by the time she approached with that, her presence scared it away. So, not having the nice little venison there for tomorrow's dinner, she makes her way back towards the camp, pops open her little water skin, and just drinks about a fifth of it and caps it off, goes over to Grenelfert, and very gingerly reaches out and just nudges him. Try not to startle him as much as what happened last night.
Oh yeah, he doesn't scream this time. He's getting used to it.
Okay. Would you like to roll your perception?
Yeah, I can do that now.
Okay. Very nice.
Finally, someone rolled high on their perception.
So, Grenelfert, doing what he does when nobody else is watching, as he's moving through the grass, just really happy as he could be. I mean, he's used to being, living in those low lifestyles, and this is out in the wilderness. It's just nice and peaceful. The air is, just crisp, fresh. It's cold, but it's bearable. And even while he's out and about, some of the deer that were roaming around, again, just kind of mosey up to Grenelfert and, just try to pay him attention, just, like lick his hand and, don't know what Grenelfert reacts to that. But the animals of forest just kind of greet him and seeing that he doesn't seem to be making a lot of noise and doesn't seem to be much of a threat to them. It's not really posing menacingly to them. They don't seem to care about his looks or anything.
He wouldn't hurt him. He may actually use his racial and just talk to him for a bit.
And after a little while of Grenelfert just kind of greeting them, petting them, talking to them, they just start leaping off, just, prancing back into the woods. But, outside of that, Grenelfert, you go back to the main heart of the campsite. The fire is still going pretty strong. The winds blowing the smoke more to the east than anything else. So it's not really drafting anywhere in the forest or into the hillsides. It's quite a serene little area right now. Just the only other sounds besides some of your compatriots snoring there is just the crackling of the fire and the sound of the crickets.
Sounds very nice. I'll have breakfast ready for everyone when they get up.
Okay, so we have Iron Chef Grenelfert on duty. So you start, making all the breakfast. Everybody else slowly awakens to the sounds of, like, spoons hitting the sides of, metal. Grenelfert's just kind of gently tapping it, letting everybody know breakfast is done as he does so. The smells again of the freshly cooked food fill the air, make your stomachs kind of rumble, and you all gather for breakfast. This time, not having quite as horrific dreams, so it's much more pleasant rest this time about.
Awesome sauce.
All right. Again, is there anything you special you try to prepare to do in the morning that you haven't done so previously?
Nope.
I can't think of anything.
I can't think of anything either. Just make sure our. It's not like, any of us are super experienced woodcrafters or anything like that. I know Kavash is not an outside person. So he wouldn't know what to do other than, pack up his stuff, check his gear,
Okay. Well,
make
I do
sure
that for
everything's
both
okay.
as an RP sense as well as actually trying to well, I'm gonna maybe have my daggers ready this way, or I'm gonna prepare this spell,
Oh, well,
or
he's always got his darts in like little bandoliers underneath his cloak. And you want to describe it, he's got like two wrist sheaths where he keeps his daggers. That's how he does it. Inverted on the forearms so he can pull them out of his sleeves. So his weapons are all concealed. He's very stealthy. He just looks like a bundle of rags, man, because his cloak is like two sizes too large and all patchwork and stuff. And he does that on purpose.
all right.
Grenelford doesn't prep spells, so he just does the chores around the camp, picks everything up and packs up, and lets us get on with it.
Get on with it. Get on with
You
it.
do notice a marked a marked avoidance of the camply chores by Kavash if you're paying any attention to that.
No, Kavash can be lazy if he wants. I don't care.
Yeah, because pretty much for the most of the heavy lifting, so to speak.
It's Grentelfurt's mission, so Grentelfurt will take care of it.
Yeah, well, Grendelford and Faith, because Faith will assist with that. So she's just kind of taking part of the initiative. Grendelford's also taking his own initiative with various tasks. So, while he seems to be content with, some of the meals with that, she's kind of, setting up the tents
Kavash will
and
ask
clearing up some
Faith
of the
how
area.
she's doing, though. She's doing okay.
She
Hear
actually
that,
has to.
Dave?
She actually has to think about that.
Dave,
question.
you're muted.
Dave.
Yeah, not sure how that happened. So Faith actually has to think about that question for a moment. She kind of looks down a little bit and I'm not sure. So a lot of change been going on recently. Not
A lot of what?
a lot of change, a lot of new things been going on. I'm not sure if I'm cut out to be a warrior.
You fight really good, Faith. I think you're just having what older people call a crisis of some kind. But you fight pretty good. Maybe not as good as me, but
Says the 13-year-old.
Hey, he's killed more people before he was 13.
I'm not saying he's not good at what he does. I'm just saying a 13-year-old is talking to Faith like he's obviously better. And he may be, but still a 13-year-old is talking to an adult like that.
And saying, you can do better. I believe in you. You just need more experience.
All right, so yeah, she just, kind of takes that all in. She's almost died twice.
I tell you this, Faith, you're one of the toughest people I've ever met, and that is a compliment coming from me. You are very tough.
The stoat on Spart's shoulder just kind of looks at you, gives you this evil stink eye.
Well, the stoat isn't a person, so I can't. I'm not knocking its toughness.
Gives you that look like you gave that kobold, like, I'm watching you.
I love the stoat, man. Kavash loves the stoat. He like winks at her while she's staring at him.
Stoat gives 2 winks back.
Yeah,
That's called blinking.
we're gonna sew this place up.
All right. Spart, anything else
Yes.
that you do?
Be wary of the stoat.
I don't know why you're so scared of Tom. She's sweet.
Tom's my friend.
She's been carving, various edged weaponry from carrots, as well as random keys from carrots.
See, she's awesome. She's like super useful, man. Making skeleton keys out of hardened carrots.
I'm more worried about the influence you
Jeez.
guys have on her.
I'm not sure what that means.
I'll
Yeah,
put
out
it
of
this
character.
way.
Little do they know, like Kavash, like encourages her thievery. He thinks it's cool.
She played with carrots back when I met her, but she never used them as a weapon or made them weapon shaped before she met you guys.
And while you're mentioning that, Tom tries to distract you by just kind of nuzzling closer to you, like pet me, touch me.
Spart pets the stoat.
See, I'm ready to wake up, one day, and there's like 3 carrots stuck into like a board, like the stone. It's throwing carrot darts.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. So, continuing on here, let's see. Okay. All right. So, who wants to be the lucky roller here for the daytime encounters?
I'll do it again.
All right.
Boom. I'll be the designated roller if nobody else wants to.
All right. Well, in that case, since you're so eager to roll, I want you to roll a d12.
Sweet, some stuff is happening. Three.
All right. Let's let me skip
I
this
knock
setup
out the
here.
poisonous vipers and turn them into my pets.
Let's see. Where's my random encounter map here? All right. So I'm going to bring you guys over to the my random encounter map here. I just want to make sure everybody can see here. It doesn't look like it. Let's see. Ah, okay. I know why nobody can see. Because there are no tokens here.
I've gone blind.
Well, it would help if there were tokens that actually gave off, vision and light.
You don't need vision. And I am the light.
Oh, Ina's here.
Yay!
Congrats.
I didn't suffocate during the pie eating contest. I came close, but I didn't.
Did you win it?
I did. It was a
That's
relay.
awesome. I want
Seven.
pie.
It was a 7-person relay, and we won 3 people up.
Wow, that's brutal.
Well, the instructor corps is really good at eating stuff, apparently. So now that I'm not quite so drunk, passed out, how do we get here? Where are we?
Well, you're not here yet. You're on the way.
She looks like she's here.
Well, she's here in spirit. Just like the
That should not be comforting.
All right, so let's get this going here.
Am I
All
the
right.
one who's here in spirit and immediately gets worried?
I'm already dead.
So as you're traveling across, the land here, and you stop, to kind of make lunch break, start cooking your foods, just good to get off that cart for a little bit, stretch your legs, and as the food's cooking here, the scent kind of goes off to some of the nearby wilderness, and you all kind of start joking a little bit, making laughs as the stoked, just wields a carrot menacingly at random things. But your attention gets drawn as these flock of birds just fly out of the tree line suddenly. Something startles them. And as your attention is diverted to where they came from, you start to hear these loud footfalls. And carrying this really large club made out of like bone and various leather straps, you see this hulking beast, this towering figure of bloated muscle, fat, just bald, just pushes some of the trees out the way. And FYI, Anthony, each one of them has one of Inna's potions, and Faith is also here as soon as I can find her token.
In character, do I know what the F this is, Dave? Can I make a check of some kind?
I would like to as well.
I'm hiding in the cart, as I stated before.
Okay. Let me get the token here, and I gotta look to see its classification for the check. Let's see, where is the... Okay. So I gotta copy her token over from another map. All right, so I'm just gonna move Inna out the way here. Again, Inna is not here. This is just for some viewing purposes. And she's also healed fully.
I'll take care of that.
Let's see. Okay. All right. So let's all roll initiative here. And we also going to get the identification rolls as well. Let's see, what is this thing classified as? This would be a knowledge history. So who wants to roll the knowledge history to identify?
I got it, 18.
18.
Can we get a turn tracker, please?
Grantel got a 24.
Oh yeah, Grenfell. Phew.
Yeah, Grenelford is smart. Finally.
And Spart's like, it's a Minotaur!
No, out of character, I think I
unicorn.
know what it is, but I wanted to know if Kavash knows what it is. Does the 18 tell him what it is?
Yeah, an 18 and 24 will definitely tell you what this thing is.
Okay.
Exactly. It's you've
And
heard stories of
Kavash
these creatures.
Yells that from the cart.
They're these basically they're giant kin. Most of the time they're lazy. Most of the time they're angry. Most of the time they're very stupid. But they live and die by raiding and scavenging. And your camp here has attracted this thing's attention.
Kill it, kill it, kill it. He says from in the cart blankets. Can we get a cart picture or no?
I don't have a cart picture on this map here, but your
Oh,
cart's
damn.
not in danger. You're kind of camped off the side of the main road, so.
Can I like be stealth? Like as if I'm in the cart? Can we see her to mind that or no?
Just roll your stealth.
I'm not supposed to. Remember, Dave?
Oh,
You're supposed to roll it for me.
Hang on. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to juggle about 4 different screens here.
I'm patient, Dave. It's cool.
Let's see.
Do your thing, brother.
Let's see. Wow, okay. Fantastic. Alright, yeah, one roll out the way. Who are we missing here? That thing should have been on the turn tracker. Let's add an enemy. Okay. So here. All right, so Kavash, you are currently hiding. What would you like to do?
I want to shoot it with the crossbow from hiding. And then roll out the cart and get covered behind a tree or cliff or something. Are these elevations are around here like it's a hill basically, right?
Yeah, they're elevations. The only ones that you really have good cover with are going to be these larger dips here, as well as some of the shrubbery that's around the area.
Cool.
Because these are all like little bushes, and you can kind of see the trunks of the trees and the shadows of the treetops here. So, but Kavash, it is your turn.
Perfect. It's within short range of a light crossbow. Do I have advantage, Dave? Am I unobserved?
You are, if I can get this thing to show up. You do not believe it has seen you.
Does a 20 hit it?
A 20 will definitely hit it.
For 12 points if it is snuck attacked. Wait, actually hold on. I'm forgetting my ability. I go first and it doesn't know I'm there. That means I can assassinate his butt. So it's automatically a critical hit and I get to roll the crossbow damage again and 2 more die 6. Wow.
31
nice.
damage.
All right.
Nice.
Is it just dead now?
No, it's very angry, but it will
No.
have to make a Constitution saving throw.
And I run from the cart to the hillside for cover.
You just keep on running and you don't stop running after that.
It's gonna roll in that one and then roll a 1 on the D10, and
There
it's
you
just
go.
gonna go unconscious.
No, it made it save. Constitution is something it has in escrow.
Spades.
Here. Yeah.
Oh,
So, all right. So Vash is no longer hidden here. Spart, it's time for you and Tom to finish this thing off.
Huzzah! Spart will do what Sparts do best and pull out the crossbowness.
The crossbow of justice.
And once he's in position, drop his staff long enough to be able to aim the crossbow at the guy and patchoing.
All right. All right. Roll your attack.
And that was a gnarly hit, man.
So, all right. So you go out after seeing that wonderful show by Kavash, just completely wrecking this thing, hitting it in unexpected vital spots, almost trying to assassinate this creature. Bleeding profusely from the wounds. You come up, take aim with the crossbow, fire. The bolt comes shooting through, striking this thing with little problem, as it kind of just grunts from the impact of it, and it just snaps the bolt that's stuck into him and just kind of snarls at you. You now have its attention.
Hi!
All right. Okay.
I'm done.
All right. So, Grendelfert, that is your turn.
all right. Grendelfert is going to move up a bit, and then he's going to spend 2 side points and cast Commander's Sight upon the ogre. There's no save. Yeah, until the start of my next turn, everyone has advantage to attack him.
All right. Let's mark, all right. Okay. What else did you do? Did you change any of your modes there?
I'll switch to the Mastery of Wood and Earth. I'm hoping that I won't end up in melee with this thing, but that'll be it.
Okay. All right. So if that ends your turn here, this thing will just start going in a furious rage, just shouting. Saliva just kind of shoots out from its mouth, almost in like this stringing arc as it finally just bends and snaps. It takes the club that it has in both hands. It's larger than Spart is tall, and comes charging down here.
Hello.
That poor little farm boy.
And it is going to.
Oh no!
It is going to. It's going to attack Spart. Wait, hang on. That did not look right.
Well, my armor class is 10.
Doesn't matter. Nat 20.
Yep.
For 25 bludgeoning damage.
Spart's down.
Oh my god!
I don't think I have any abilities that negate a hit like that. Other than my face.
Well, you're not instantly killed. That's the positive.
That's the best part. Yes, that it's not an instant kill.
You're not a Rin.
You're not toothpaste. And he died from a snake.
Yeah. Not a poisonous one, though, Dave.
Yeah, we didn't know. Alright, change this to toggle for that. Alright, so that is going to end this thing's turn. Let me just should get this as a knockdown here. Alright, so Faith.
Don't forget she has advantage.
Yeah, I'm not forgetting that. Let's see.
Is today the day she's going to hit something?
I hope so. That's what I'm actually worried about, is her just hitting air. All right, so she's going to move up to here. And she's just shouting Spart. And she is going to take her sword out, make her 2 attacks here. First one will hit for 8. Second one will... Ooh, I don't think that hits. It's pretty close. No, that just misses. Alright, so hits
Even
once.
with advantage? Oh, man.
Let's see. Actually, no, that last one was not done with advantage. Hang on, let me... That got taken off here. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, advantage, Dave.
I'm
Roll twice,
rolling
keep
it.
plus
I'm
one.
rolling it.
I was really excited because I could just hand Kavash sneak attacks.
Oh no, it's awesome, dude. I'm finna throw 2 darts at this guy's butt.
Okay, and this will be the second one.
Both with advantage.
Alright, so I was hoping to see if you got a crit on one of those with advantage. Sadly, even with the advantage, misses the second one. Same exact roll.
Dang.
Better damage, but the attack roll is identical. So...
Ouch.
Yeah, so she hits it for 8. So she comes up, yelling Spart's name. Oh, you're a stinky one, aren't ya? And she just swings once into it, cuts it across its bulbous belly. Its big gash. It roars out in pain as she comes around again. It kind of grabs her sword, and she's just kind of taken back by that. She pulls a sword free of it. From its calloused hand, but it's just looking like it's going to have a fun choice of who to smash next. And she's just wide-eyed like a doe as it becomes Kavash's turn.
Nice. 2 darts, my friend, from behind the rise here. Do I have to move up at all, or is it?
Yeah, you would have to move up because you have total
Okay,
cover from
I'll
that thing
move
right
up
now.
on them. That cost me 10 feet to move, right?
Yeah, because it's just a 5-foot climb.
Okay. Alrighty. And then I will throw. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow, nice. Very nice.
Thank you. So
You're
7,
welcome.
18, and then here's my offhand.
Whoa.
3.
All right.
Cleared it twice. Awesome. Good
So,
stuff.
Kavash.
And then I spin 10 feet and go back down the hill.
All right, so why don't you tell us what happens next when you get those 2 crits?
Well, the darts hit it in the neck and the eye, and it falls down dead. But Kavash doesn't see that happen because he's not stupid. So when he throws his darts, as soon as they leave his hands, he goes back down the hill. So he doesn't see that he dealt the killing blow.
All right, well,
Then moments later, he hears the loud, thunderous crash of its body hitting the ground, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and
Okay.
it hits the ground with a thunderous crash. And as it does so, like, Faith and Grendelford are just kind of waiting by it. And they get
Run
ready to,
up
like...
to
like to poke it, and it lets out this thunderous fart.
Don't
Run up to
use
Spark. I
don't
have a
use the
healing.
healing. Don't use it. Oh, the healing kit. I mean,
Yeah, I
fine.
have it.
I was about to heal.
Okay, never mind. All right, Uncle Grandfart, take it away. Kavash will examine the dead, bulbous body of the disgusting, grotesque creature, and it is like a look of obvious disgust on his face as he's checking it out.
So
Yeah,
can I go ahead and?
Yes. Yeah, you were out of combat.
Thanks, Uncle Grandfart. You're the man. I love that advantage, sir.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
That was very impressive. I like that too. What a time to
All
make that
right.
count against an ogre.
All right. So he's gained 20 hit points. Does that bring him up?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that
dude.
brings him
He
to 20.
wakes up and has 20 health. That's awesome. That's amazing.
So, Spart, you kind of feel warm as your body's just overwashed with these magical healing energies, and your eyes begin to kind of flutter. The light from the sky, from the sun, just starts to blind you a little bit as you open your eyes, and your eyes kind of focus. And as soon as they do, you see this gnome missing half a face, drool just kind of spurting out the corner of its mouth, looking over you, talking in your head. Hey, can you hear me? Hey.
I'm awake. You're not my mom.
No, you're at 20. There is no negative HP with that.
I'm awake. You're not my mom.
All right.
Man, Spark, that thing knocked you out like a sack of potatoes. It was insane.
Who? What?
Yeah, and the stoat's
That
like
big fat
jumping
thing
on your
right
chest, trying to wake you up.
That big fat thing right there hit you with a club. It looked like it almost
Who?
knocked your head off. It was horrible.
Sprite rubs his eyes, looks around, spots the downed creature. I was fighting that?
And Faith just kind of, all right. And you're pretty brave too, young fella.
Oh,
Yeah, that was pretty brave, Spark, and stupid too, though. It's okay.
Spark gets up. Well, are you okay, Tom? Yeah, good. Oh, my head hurts.
Okay. So going over this creature here, um, other than the giant bone club from some creature that you couldn't even fathom what this, it looks like it may be a femur bone that it was carrying. It did seem to have kind of a makeshift javelin, again made out of more bone and little bits of hide as a grip with leather just kind of strapped across this thing. Outside of that, it really didn't have any possessions on him. It smells like this thing probably hasn't bathed in a good month.
Decade
If
or
it even
so.
bathes
Yeah.
at all, maybe just the rain
Yeah.
washes the filth off of it.
Gross.
All right. Sorry, I'm back. My dinner was here.
Oh, not a problem. They were just going over the spoils
Kavash
of.
will recover his darts from the creature, but not the bolt. It's probably broke.
Yeah,
I'm sorry that guy hit you so hard, Spart. Luckily, I was able to heal you.
It was horrible, man. You started like bleeding out of your ear too. It was gross.
Um, how do you know it's a guy?
Kavash searched it very thoroughly.
Because he's got a thing.
You checked?
Well, I mean, it's all it's wearing is like a strip of cloth. It's not that hard to tell. Hello.
I know we normally split loot from things, but I'm thinking we can
Okay.
keep it this time.
And he's like lifting up the cloth to show everybody it's it's gender and Faith is just like
Uh,
it's just
uh,
covering her eyes, turning her head.
Don't see that every day, huh?
The stoat on Spart's chest just starts clapping.
I imagined it would be bigger.
but the stoat?
No.
So it had no valuables, Dave.
No coins, anything like that. It looks
What a
like it
rip.
was looking for an easy kill.
Kavash kicks it once really hard.
As you do,
Damn ugly
it lets out
bastard.
another squeaker fart. Just
Ooh, disgusting.
Start moves further away.
all right. So
Spart, are you feeling all right? Do you need more healing?
No, I'm just I'm gonna go take a walk somewhere. I think that's a good idea.
After Sparta walks off, Kavash is like, "Yeah, man, he almost died. That's kind of unnerving for most people."
I imagine Faith just kind of looks at Kavash.
yeah, yeah, not cool. Too close to home. Too soon. Too soon.
Well, Grenelford starts breaking out everything. Oh wait, we were already cooking what, lunch, was it?
Yeah, you're cooking. You weren't just cooking. You were eating, and this thing came right when you guys were eating lunch.
Okay, yeah. Grenelford just sits back down and finishes eating.
Yeah, Faith just takes her food and moves as far away from the bloated, stinky body as possible. Um, the smell almost really just turning her stomach. But all right, so after this interesting ordeal here, as you broke for camp, Spart's got a new little head wound here. He got cracked across the skull pretty good. He seems mostly fine, but is acting a little odd from what you can tell. But you gather your camp after you finish lunch. Uh, Again, just moving away from the bloated ogre body, and you pack up your cart and you start heading down the Starlight Trail once more. You get a few more miles in before you have to break for camp for the night. And as you do, I'm going to let Anthony roll for that encounter since he hasn't rolled for any of these yet.
D what?
D20.
No whammies, no whammies.
You said 10?
D20.
20. Well, there's your nat 20.
Dunker doing it on purpose.
Okay, and I want you to roll a D12.
Oh, goody.
Dave, shouldn't it be like? Oh, okay. I guess it depends on how you choose to look at it. Is a 20 a good because it gives you encounters which are XP, or is a 20 bad because it gives you encounters which could kill you?
Yes.
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 And roll a D4 as well.
Oh, the road was rough.
Oh, you have no idea.
Take
I'm glad that wasn't a 4.
off of Spart, man. He's not dead.
Yay!
Let's see.
That was impressive healing, Uncle Drummerfurt. I'm proud of you.
Well, hopefully I won't have to do it too much again.
I could
It
almost see his
takes a
brain
lot.
going back into his ear.
Why do I have a skull on me?
Don't know. I thought you put that on there.
Nope.
Okay.
Well,
Thanks,
because
guys.
there's one in your head.
Vote of confidence.
All right. So, let's see. I really wish I had a campfire. All right. Let's get these.
I've got a feeling we're going to wish we had a campfire too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be good. So, let's get these here. All right. So as you break camp for the evening, again, same schedule that's been going on. You Faith is putting out the tents. Grenelfurt's kind of getting dinner started. So for the first watch here, Kavash, why don't you roll perception?
Yes, sir. Boom.
Nice. So as you're patrolling around the camp here during your first watch, you again eagerly looking for snakes. In fact, let me make sure I moved you guys on the main map here.
Yeah, I've been carrying this dead mouse in my pocket for like 3 days just for this purpose.
Okay.
It's true. All right. Just updating the main map here. So, yeah, you're looking for the snakes, and you don't find any of the snakes. You do start to see some movement, though, back by the camp. And as you go closer to investigate it,
Stealthing, of course.
okay, let me do that here.
Dave, he's a stealthing fool, dude. He stealths as much as he can. You gotta keep him practice.
Okay.
The ghosts of the Ebon Blade would be disappointed if he didn't.
It's actually interesting.
Out of character, you know, he has a tattoo, y'all.
If he already has a tattoo of Ina, she's going to be a little creeped out.
No, he's got a tattoo of an Ebon Blade on his back.
Okay. They said y'all. I was
On
like,
his shoulder blade.
So less creeped out, but still creeped out.
Ina's on that tattoo too. She's just pole dancing the blade.
Amazing.
He had it modified.
yeah, little creeped out by that, Kavash.
So, Kavach,
Ina is not on the damn tattoo. Anyway, go ahead, bro.
So you go sneaking back into the camp, staying real close to some of the shrubbery and such, just trying to stay out of sight as best you can. And
Drawing 2 darts as I go, Dave.
you see what looks to be another horse there. And it's packed kind of light for the travel. And you see somebody kind of moving by some of the tents. And as you go around, try to outflank them, you come by the front of the other tents, getting ready to attack, and you see Inna there.
Oh. I did not reveal myself. I
Okay.
observe.
Thank you.
So, Inna, you have managed to catch up to your fellows here. You were told that they were traveling eastward outside of Frosthaven with quite a bit of supplies. Cart loaded up with various foodstuffs, barrels of water, tents, the whole 9 yards. So you managed to get a little light riding horse and some very basic, supplies, a little bedroll, some basic rations and such, and you made haste to try to catch up with them, following their tracks along the trail. And with the combat with the ogre and such has slowed them enough where you're able to catch up with them.
They ditched me because I got too drunk, and now they have no guards posted. Oh, come on, guys. Uh, well, she is going to look for Kavash. She's not going to find Kavash. And she's just going to keep wondering why they have no guards posted. It's like they want to get killed in the middle of the night.
From the shadows of the tent, he says, "Inna."
And she's screaming.
So you're all woken up by the screams of a woman. At first, you think it's Faith, but Faith comes out of a tent, again, not having the armor on because she was sleeping. Comes out with her sword and just half groggy, like, where's the screams coming from? What's going on?
Okay.
Kavash!
Yeah, this is exactly what I didn't want to happen, though, because Kavash has a bad feeling. Like, things are coincidental. He does not want to come out of stealth because he feels like this is a perfect time for something else to jack with them.
And on that note,
which is why he whispered. He's like freaking preternatural awareness, apparently, because Dave's doing it.
So
I hate you, Dave. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, bro.
So, you notice through this whole thing, you're very paranoid, especially after that scream.
That's totally in character. He's a paranoid dude, man.
You see some movement from some of the bushes in multiple directions.
I throw darts at it.
Okay, so I'm going to mark it on the map here.
I'll wait to see what it is first.
Okay.
But at least the whisper caused the scream, which roused the rest of the group, that's a good thing.
Right. So
she still blamed Kavash. You summoned them.
No, they shadowed.
It was all a bad prank, isn't it?
They shadowed you into our camp.
You led them here. So the
pretty sure I would have seen them.
So Faith actually doesn't have her armor on right now. So all she's got is her sword. But everybody is woken up by the screams of Inna. And I'm going to let Kavash here get one surprise round on this thing since he noticed them before they had a chance to jump in. But let's all roll initiative.
Man, this is one of those cool times, Dave. If I roll really high, that means I get 2 rounds of butchery. It's going to be awesome. Woohoo! I get surprised and I go first. That's just a recipe for love on my part. Dang it, if only I had found some vipers. Dave, with my 23 perception, I could have made Tom a friend.
Well, Tom's already got a friend. It's Leah's mouse.
No, I could have. Well, Leah's.
They're also your comrades in arms for your little nightly.
Wait, habits. Leah has a mouse out of character for real?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. Kavash might try to feed her mouse to the snake without her knowing. I'm just kidding. That would be bad, man.
All right, so Kavash, your surprise round.
Sweet. So there's these
Oh, you've seen
ugly
these before.
ass
You've seen these
creatures.
in the
Yeah,
cellars of the
they're
manor, and
gnolls,
you have
man.
seen these
They're
in the
gnolls,
Kobold
man.
Caverns. You're quite familiar with how these look. And they don't look happy. They look like a scouting party.
Okay, in that case, this one here, that one there gets a crossbow bolt in the eyes, hopefully.
Okay?
Because I'm stealthed, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot the lower left one.
All right. Go ahead and roll.
Does the 19 hit?
19 does hit.
For 28 damage?
Good lord.
And then he will move slightly forward.
So, as you...
Because he gets the first initiative pass too.
Yeah, so as you open up with that surprise volley here, you're no longer stealthed, but you did catch that gnoll off guard, and when you do, it takes the brunt of that right in the face. It didn't even see the attack coming. Its buddy there next to him, it just kind of lets out a little hyena-like yell as the gnoll drops from the surprise attack.
And that gnoll gets 2 darts, Dave.
All right. All right, so the 17 is going to hit, and 22 is going to hit.
Both darts are a total of 20 damage.
Okay, those darts managed to hit a lot of his vital spots. One of them actually striking him in the side of the neck, causing a lot of blood to come out onto its fur. It kind of grasps up the dart with its hand, just clutching its throat. It's still standing, but it's bleeding profusely.
Nice. That is my turn.
All right, so let's see. That was your surprise and your regular. Okay. So, can she actually make it?
Brutality.
Barely. All right, so
Told y'all he's a dead little bastard. Y'all didn't believe me.
no, they believed you. They just didn't want to believe you. Yeah. All right. So keeping with her trend of barely hitting, she runs up pretty much just in, like the little loose pants and the little white cloth shirt. And as she charges it, the first attack managed to strike true on the gnoll in the bush. Her blade comes right across.
Nolan Bushnell.
Yeah. It comes right across his chest. It screams out with this yowl as she does so, hitting it, slashing it for 10 points. But as he comes around for the follow through, it takes up one of its spears and just with both hands just kind of parries the blade out and tries to kind of swipe, throwing her back a little bit. So it's attentive. It's waiting for her. But that is going to end her turn, and the gnolls are going to go. So this one is going to go over here, and he has a bow that's drawn, and he's going to take aim here at Kavash. And he hits an AC of 20. So he pulls back the bow, and fires past Faith, who's in combat with his friend over there. And the arrow flies right over your camp, and Kavashi just hits you right in the side of the arm. And he's just kind of laughing, you know, and gives off a little combat yowl like, we're totally gonna kill these guys. So the other one is going to
What's the damage, Dave?
3. I thought I said that. It's 3 damage. And no, that's too far away. So this other one is going to use 2 hands here, and it will hit Fate. Jeez, another 20. So it takes its 2-handed spear, and as it parries her longsword, it creates an opening and stabs her right in the side with the spear for 9 piercing damage. So she just kind of winces back in pain as she's going toe-to-toe with these things. But that is... And he's actually going to move over 1 here. So that will end their turn. Grenelfurt.
One of their side's not going to do anything?
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me he was there. So he is going to take a longbow shot as well.
Come at me, big boy.
Nah, he's going to take a shot at the guy that stuck him in the neck with a dart. He thought about it, but it didn't quite work out the way it did in his head, as the arrow just kind of, he fires it, and he arcs it too high, and it goes over Kavash's head about a good 2 feet, and further down the trail, just still flying over. And you see him just really irate that he missed that shot. Alright, Kavash. Not Kavash, Grunfurts. You see all these gnolls here. Faith is currently in melee with one of them, and there's another bowman right behind that one.
All right. I'm going to use a bonus action and use my new silent talent, Light Step.
Okay.
And I'm going to run up here. And I'm going to try and take out one of these things in one shot. This guy. I'm going to use 3 side points.
Okay.
And really give it to him.
All right. Well, that will hit.
24 damage.
And that will give him a bad day as he falls down from the animated weapon. Just springs forth from your hand. As he's still preparing to take another shot at Kavash, doesn't see this weapon spring forth from your hand as it just launches out as if carried by some unseen attacker, and cracks it right upside the side of the head there. As it does so, it's taken off its feet and it just falls down onto its left side, still gripping the bow loosely in its hand, but letting go of the arrow.
Alrighty. It actually worked. I'm good now. That was my turn.
Anna.
That thing's trying to kill Faith, and it's not happy about that. And she can't make it into battle. To move up, I'm going to use a bonus action to hit it with Hexblade Curse. And then pop Eldritch Blast.
All right. 22 will hit. And it is still standing. So, as you come running up there, you realize that you're not going to make it close enough to engage it. So, you point your sword at it, just kind of, just whipping it out, pointing it, and as you do so with that full arc of motion, this black and red bolt just travels up your arm like a shotgun blast. And as it expels from the tip of the blade, it kind of spreads out in a small cone as it hits the creature. Pretty much in a similar spot that it hit Faith, just in that lower right rib cage area. It wasn't expecting that from you. And you can see the hole that you made in it. It's just pouring blood now from its side.
Well, if it wants to play, it can play with me.
All right. Let's see. And I think that's everything you can do.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Spart. You have 2 targets
All
of
right.
opportunity.
Well, first things first, I better go regroup with the others. And I will attempt to whack this guy in the face.
All right. So you pull the quarterstaff and grip it in both hands, and as you swing,
Yep.
It manages to parry the staff blow with its own spear.
Aw, this isn't working at all. Ends my turn.
Okay. Kavash.
Yes, sir. I will. Good lord.
There's 2 badly wounded gnolls.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I will move there. I will shoot the gnoll here that I hit with the darts before.
Okay. All right. So make your attack as you're sprinting across the open terrain there, darts in hand. All right, so you sprint across the terrain here, and as you do so, you palm one of the darts, and you throw it at the gnoll here that's still behind the bush, and your dart flies in between the brambles and branches of the bush, and you hear a yelp as the dart strikes something, followed by the loud sound of a heavy body hitting earth.
Sweet, then I will use my bonus action to move again.
Okay. That was the stoat.
That is my turn.
Okay. All right. Let's see. All right. So Faith is going to just go on the defensive here since she doesn't have any armor.
You know what? Tell her to get out of there.
Yeah, take the dodge action. That's good stuff.
I think disengage and move might be better.
Yeah, actually, that's probably better. Disengage and move, yeah.
All right, so she will use the disengage, and she will withdraw from combat. 5, 10. So she'll go over here, and that's all she's going to do here. So the gnoll here, he's going to take his spear, and he's looking at Sparta that's right next to him, and this little gnome, this creepy looking gnome that killed his buddy. And he's
in
gonna
one shot.
take that spear, and he's gonna toss that spear. And wow. So he's going to get a natural 20. And he throws the spear
Who's he
at
tossing it at, Dave?
Grenelford. So he just takes the spear out of a sheer fit of rage from this gnome just killing this gnoll. This, in his eyes, a superior creature over the gnome. And he hurls the spear. As he does so, it impales Grenelford, dealing 12 damage, piercing damage.
Oh, that does the thing.
Does the trigger? Okay. So,
Yeah.
all right. So Constitution saving throw, DC 15. You have a pretty good Constitution, so it shouldn't be bad.
I don't. Yay!
All right. Roll a D10. Let's see. 4. You're just stunned until the end of your next turn.
Nolan Bushnell is so mean.
So, and just a recap in case anybody doesn't know, when you're stunned, you're treated as incapacitated. You can't move, can't speak, though you can't normally. Automatically, you fail strength and dex, and attack rolls against you have advantage. And incapacitated, since you also have that condition, is you can't take actions or reactions. So, you are just locked down for the time being.
So he just misses his next turn.
Yeah. And that ends, well, you know what? He's going to go into a rampage. And no.
Out of
actually
character,
can't.
gnolls are horribly evil turds, y'all. They are no redeeming qualities at all.
This is the second time one almost. Well, this is the first time one almost killed Grenelford. He was actually killed by the other one.
So,
They're evil, man.
so it ends its turn there. Just basically readying another spear. Grenelford, you're stunned and incapacitated till end of your turn here. So with that, it's going to end your turn, but you're going to no longer be stunned and incapacitated. Anna, it is your turn.
Anna's not happy with this. And she's got both swords in hand.
But I thought she was a big friend of the Knolls.
She's got a murderous rage now every time she sees one.
I thought she saw them as teddy bears.
They were teddy bears. But then it turned out to be Five Nights at Freddy's. And, yeah, not having that.
All right.
So
she moves up, imposes herself between Grenelford and the angry Gnoll, who's still under the curse. And a 21 will hit it.
Nice.
And so, as you step forth and impose yourself, you take Requiem out, and you come down as this thing's getting ready to kind of parry the strike. Requiem goes through the spear, and as it keeps going down, goes into this thing's skull about a good 3 inches before you pull it out. You also like kicking it off the blade just for extra measure, and it falls back into this other bush, not moving after that strike.
Ian looks both very happy and very sad at the same time. She didn't get to find out the other longsword did. Back in the sheath it goes.
All right. So,
Are you okay, Uncle Grenelford?
He's gonna
Grenelfert
spear him.
uses a reaction to bleed.
You could scream in his head as loud as, like, louder than what would normally be possible.
All right, so Grenelfert is going to spend some healing on himself.
Okay.
That it was 2d8. I'm going to use a reaction and heal 2 because of mystical recovery. So that's 8. Then Grenelfert's going to go over here and touch Faith and spend 1 side point. Well, that's good. Grenelfert's going to use the bonus action to mystical recovery again. All right, Grenelfert's tapped out.
All right. So, with that, you've dropped these Knoll ambushers here.
Check the bodies.
Gosh, check the bodies. So, roll investigation.
Grenelfert will help him.
Okay, roll it again since Grenelfert's assisting, so you basically like you have advantage. Or never mind. All right, so as you're going through the bodies here, they do appear to be some sort of a scouting party as far as you can tell, but they don't look like they're from the wooded area here. A lot of the dirt and areas that they, just the evidence that you find on them, seems like they came from more of a mountainous terrain rather than the woodlands to the north. So it seems like they probably would have came from maybe the hills to the south or even closer to the Giant Spine Mountains, as they show a lot of gear and wear and tear that would be from mountainous terrain. So the scouting party has been pretty far out. So they're searching pretty aggressively. They're expanding pretty aggressively.
This is
We may want to take care of that on the way back.
Okay.
All evil must die now, and the gnolls are definitely part of evil. They are the kingdom of evil.
So, with that was the first watch here for Kavash, and you start, after going through the bodies here, mending the wounds. Faith, just can't sleep after all that. It's too much excitement. So, Kavash did very well, so he might be able to sleep.
Grendelfert looks at Ina. You can take my watch. I'm taking a nap. I'm going back to sleep.
Ina's fine with this.
Yeah, he had third watch, so. But for the most part, with that, again, Faith just seems kind of more. Her nerves seem a little more rattled with the events over the past few days. She's still having trouble coping with everything. But she puts on her armor and she does her little patrols around the camp. She witnesses what you kind of would expect to happen here is the bodies start getting dragged into the shadows by those large gorilla-like creatures with the jagged rusted iron masks that are just bolted into the flesh. And that same floating masked figure in the black and red robes with almost like jerky movements with his arms and hands as it floats across the ground because walking is just beneath it. Goes over to where Grenelfert is sleeping and places 5 coins on Grenelfert's chest and then looks back at Faith, with its head kind of tilted, not really saying anything, and just kind of blinks before it just pulls off into the air again, almost causing like these ripples, as if the air were water. And
Oh
she's
boy.
yeah, she's just like the she's completely lost for words at that because this is the first time she's got to witness that. Um, and she just looks at the coins and almost kind of nudges them a little bit just to not to wake Grenelford up, but just to make sure there's like nothing else with them, or if they're actually coins, or they some sort of creature that looks like a coin, because this is very unusual. When they kind of have that metal sound when they move, she just kind of leaves it there for now, and she goes and kind of investigate where the shadows came alive and those creatures came out. She's kind of looking all around here, trying to make sense of this. And when it's time for Inna's watch, she wakes up Inna and tells her what she saw, which is
And it tries to explain what she's seen before, and followed by it's best not to think about it. It's really best not to think about it.
and she just goes back into her tent and removes her armor and tries to go to sleep as best she can after seeing all this. Now, Inna, on your watch here, roll a perception check.
Alrighty. That is an 18.
All right. So, as you're moving around, the areas where those creatures, where she described it, you can still smell some of the brimstone in the area. It's a very strong, pungent smell. But, outside of that, you roam around. There's small game animals kind of moving around, as well as small predatory animals hunting said game animals in the middle of the night. Nothing too threatening to your camp here. Everything seems to keep a little wide berth from the camp, not too drawn to the campfires here, other than the occasional, little mosquito. But outside of that, the light of the campfire gives a nice little healthy glow. The flickering of the fire causes the shadows to dance and play with your perception, as from the recent tales, you can expect the shadows just come alive at any moment again. Especially witnessing all the strangeness. If you've even seen the floor open up and bodies just pulled into the lower planes directly, as you can assume from the horrible agony and screams. But
I don't recall this. Clearly, that was the alcohol.
so none of that seems to happen on your watch, though. Occasional bats fly by, chasing whatever insects or whatever prey they're hunting, but nothing else as exciting as the battle when you first arrived, or the tales that Faith got to witness firsthand from the collector. So you manage to, the sun starts to come up, and it's the end of your watch here. The rays hit the tent, start to warm them up. Also warm your body from the cold mountain air that's just been blown across the area. It is morning. You all have survived the night.
And then
And then they all
So-
took a quick break.
So we're all rested up now.
Yeah, you had a night's rest. All your hit dice are come back. Your HP has been restored here.
I have my side points again.
So, let's take a real life break here, just for anybody needs smoke, bathroom, drink, whatnot, and we'll just reconvene here in a few minutes.
alrighty.
All right, I'm just gonna mute the Discord here while we go into that, and see everybody back in a few minutes. This way, Anna can also chit chat and catch up with what's been going on.
always
should
pay
all be
attention to
back.
Sky.
Okay, so after your night's rest here, again, half your hit dice come back. Everybody should be at their maximum hit points. So I am going to just bring the group onto the travel map so you can see where you guys will be moving along this day here. I've already updated the movement here. So this will be the last day that you're traveling on the road before you reach your destination. So, not letting Anthony roll this time. Who wants to roll for the random encounters?
I will. I'm a helper.
I believe in you. Let's get that nat 20 again. Oh,
Okay, so. All right. So as you travel along the day here. So get that out of the way. So as you travel along the daytime, you have your breakfast. You all talk about the scary stories that happened during the night. Dornafoot, you wake up with 5 more gold pieces on your chest.
I pocket them because I spend almost all of my money getting supplies for this trip.
All right. So, breakfast was not already pre-prepared. So you guys start cooking the breakfast, cooking the rations, warming them up. And after, again, a very awkward breakfast, you pack up, take the wagons, the carts, start traveling further down the road, making way to the countryside here, which is becoming more mountainous and more heavily wooded on each side of the road. As you start veering off towards where the cottage is to be located, you start going into the woodland areas. Just before you break the tree line, you kind of stop to make your lunch camp one more time. As you do so, kind of enjoy the open air, the open terrain one last time before going into what looks like a very dense, very dangerous looking wood. Your lunch goes by fairly uneventful, just playing with the little rocks, looking for snakes and such from Kavash, unsuccessfully. And he just kind of has this sullen little sad face. You take the horses and the carts and very carefully make it through the dense woods, trying to not make as much noise as possible, but since you're off the beaten track, a lot of uneven ground, rocks, the horses seem to get spooked almost at every little thing here. It's very, very unnerving. The trees almost block out most of the natural sunlight. Little bits of rays here and there do shine through, but outside of that, it's an eerie twilight feeling. And eventually you come to a point where it's a slightly open area where you can actually break camp. So the sun's starting to set as well, so you do so. Tying up the horses, the cart, making a little campfire, setting up the tents. So, is it going to be the same order for the night?
I mean, Grenelfert can take the last shift again. He's all right.
Okay, and Faith will do the second shift. Who wants to do the first shift? Don't all jump up at once.
I guess I'll take the first shift.
I can't stop leaving my mic off.
Oh, did you want it?
That doesn't matter.
Well, if you want to take first, Enoch will accompany Faith in the second then.
Sure.
All right, so who would like to do the honors for the random encounters?
Grenelfert will do it.
Okay.
Kavash is having some trouble talking on Discord. Um, close Discord and reopen it again. Sometimes that'll work. That'll fix it.
Hello?
Hey.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah,
Yep.
can hear you.
Okay, I was saying Kavash will take first watch, as he always does.
All right. Well, Gruntleford rolled for the encounters here, so I guess Kavash and Spark can go together on the watch, since you're going into these thick woods here.
Sure.
And both of you roll perceptions. Very nice. So, as you both start patrolling around the campsite, there's so many trees here, so many bushes that if anybody wanted to ambush you, they would have plenty of opportunity to do so, and you probably wouldn't see them coming. Kavash, you are on guard knowing this because you're seeing all these different angles. Like, if I were to come in here and take us out, how would I do it? And you're checking every single one of those angles. You're being very thorough here, and Spark's just watching you like climb up into some of the trees, checking for other vantage points, skulking down, checking by bushes, even moving some of the larger rocks that make little small alcoves, just making sure nothing's inside of them, be it a snake or some other predator lurking about.
You're funny.
Yeah, can I still be heard or no?
Yeah, I mean, if you can still be, if you want to say something or whisper something.
No, I'm just making sure the problem is not still going on with Discord.
Gotcha.
No, when he says you're funny, Kavash would say, "Nah, I'm cautious, man. I like to be prepared for any eventuality. It's smart to do that,
Well-
and that way you don't end up dead."
Well, if the tree was alive, it just ate you.
What are you talking about? A live tree? All trees are alive, unless they're not. Then they're logs.
You make a compelling argument.
Okay,
But I didn't
Spark,
bring an axe.
this is what you do. And so Kavash is like trying to teach him how to be stealthy.
All right. Let's see.
Good luck.
All right. So, do you try to take his teachings?
Bart will attempt to pay attention, but there's really no promises on this one.
Okay, so as he's trying to teach Spart the ways of the assassin, eventually shift your watch ends. It's time to wake up the ladies Anna and Faith for their watch, and you do so. They kind of wake up. Faith just takes a swig from her.
I might have to restart my computer.
All right, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. It happens. Technology happens. So, as you wake up the ladies, Faith takes a little swig from her water bottle and puts on her armor, takes her sword and crossbow, and just starts looking over the campsite, noticing a lot of the same things that Kavash was noticing. Just it's too many vantage points for bad things to happen. It's an ambusher's dream. But as she's kind of going over similar things, not as thorough as Kavash was, but just checking some of the trees, some of the little cubby holes here and there, making sure nothing's just kind of lurking there. Anna, what do you do? Roll your perception as well.
Well, Inna doesn't know really much about nature and trees, so she's just kind of following behind, just oohing and eyeing. This is all new to her.
Well, she's been in a dark mysterious wood before?
She didn't get to see any of it that time. And there was that other time where she doesn't remember what happened. They're pretty trees. With the 17.
As pretty as, creepy looking trees could be. So,
You have to look at the bright side of life.
but yeah, you see Faith just going over everything and still just kind of checking her wound that was at the side where she got skewered with the spear from the knoll. Even though the wound's healed, you can kind of see that there will always be a scar there, mentally, if not just physically.
Well, there's only one cure for that. Time to break out the cards.
She, so as you kind of take this little rock with as flat as a top as possible and just kind of place it by, by the fire, she just kind of just strolls off to the edges of the camp and just kind of looks out into the blackness beyond, using her dark vision to see beyond the campfire light.
Do you see anything?
Just more bloody trees.
Well, since all I see are trees, let's play a game. It'll help keep us awake.
I can tell y'all a haiku.
Visitate.
There's no time for parsley.
Oh, but it's a good haiku.
Well, I mean, if Grendelfurt wants to just spit out a haiku, there's definitely nothing going to stop him.
My heart beats slowly. Never before have I seen puppies ride rainbows. Did I kill everyone with that?
Yep,
Faith,
you did.
Yeah, Faith just like...
Wait, what?
So, she goes and wakes Grendelfurt up for his watch and just tries to forget about everything that's happened today, including that haiku.
Oh, come on. It's the best haiku ever. All right.
And now Ina can't get to sleep because she's thinking about puppies and rainbows.
All right. So Grendelfurt rolled his perception already. So as he's... Now you're in this dark wood now, Grendelfurt. You're no longer in the open, soft grass plains. This is more, leaves have already fallen. The trees are mostly bare here, as it being, the winter's kiss. And they all just kind of sway a little bit with the breeze, just moving to and fro. You hear the creaking of the boughs as the wind catches them. You start looking around the camp, and you see everybody sleeping soundly in their tents. You realize that
Nice.
You never got to frolic in a bunch of leaves before.
I'm fine with thinking about puppies riding rainbows.
Okay. So you're just sitting at the camp, looking around and just daydreaming about all these puppies running around and riding these rainbows.
One of the puppies' name is Sir Woofington, and Eldon is riding it.
There's a little armored halfling just riding this dog, this puppy on a rainbow.
Wait. Post mutation puppy.
Post mutation.
When the abominations.
Oh right. Yeah, post mutation.
So more interesting nightmares for everybody. As you wake up to the smell of little breakfast sausages and other spices
Yep.
and smells. As you wake up screaming from the vivid dreams of a mutated puppy with an armored halfling riding him down a rainbow.
Well, it solved the haiku for her. It makes sense now.
All right, now with that, you all start having again these really awkward breakfasts, but you're not too far from the area where the priestess said that spirit would be. So, is there anything that you guys do special during your breakfast while you still have camp?
Do you know what kind of spirit it is, Grentelfurt?
Spirit of some lady.
Yeah.
Nope, he canceled. Sorry.
All right. So, if nobody's got anything special that they would like to do with that, we will continue on here. So Faith starts taking the tents down. Gwenfert finishes taking all account of all the eating utensils and such, putting out the little fire there so he doesn't burn down the entire forest. He doesn't burn things by accident. He burns things intentionally. So he cares about the innocent creatures here for now. With that said, you start moving through the forest. The wagon wheel is just making loud crunching noises as it goes over the various fallen leaves and sticks, bouncing on the rocks that are on the ground. And up ahead, you see a large little clearing, like a little copse. And as you do so, you see a little cottage. Looks like it's been here for quite a while. There's lots of moss and leaves and such on the roof, scattered about the sides of the walls where they meet the ground. Hasn't been cleared up for what appears to be years, if not a decade or more.
So this is probably it.
We need to clean this place up. This is filthy. How can they let their home get this way?
They've been dead like forever.
Well, if they're a spirit, they should clean up after themselves.
I don't know if that transfers over.
All right, so you're just standing outside of this clearing here, looking upon this cottage. It's made of little rotting timbers. Doors are closed. The window shutters are closed.
Well, Grenelfert will take the comb and then just walk inside the building.
You should knock first. That's somebody's home.
So, Grenelford, you see Grenelford kind of pull out this little jeweled silver comb. Very fancy looking. Something that you would actually expect, somebody with some bit of wealth or maybe even nobility to have on their person. And Grenelford just takes it. It looks at the cottage, looks at it, and just starts strutting straight up to the cottage and grabs the little handle on the door. It's not locked. You open it up. As you do so, a loud creak comes over. The smell of mildew just overpowers you as you open the door. Inside, there is what you would expect for some of the furnishings. Little tables and chairs that haven't been moved in years. Cobwebs covering a lot of things here. Little rats scurrying about the floor. You see spots where there could be a little hearth that was maybe once used to cook and keep the place warm. Another little room that's closed out, which you're not sure maybe a bedchamber or another part of this cabin. But the main entryway's got rotted rugs and little footstools. But you don't.
Is
see
there a
anything.
broom?
Well, you're not inside. Only Grenelford's inside right now.
Grenelford will look around for the spirit.
Okay. All right. So you're looking around. What exactly are you doing?
I'm just walking around the house and looking around to getting an idea of where stuff is. I don't know. Maybe he finds a body that could be what binds the spirit here. I don't know.
Okay. Roll a investigation. Actually, no. Roll a perception.
Why couldn't it be investigation?
'Cause right now you're just doing an overall survey. All right. So as you're looking around the cabin here, you see that your footprint. There are another set of footprints.
You're kind of low, Kavash, but we can hear you.
Sorry.
All right. So you see another set of footprints that are in here, about gnome-sized, very small feet. They look like they walked into the main center chamber, and looks like they kind of went around the place here, just walking around. And you see where they kind of shuffled and moved around a bit. Not sure how long they were in here for, but they seem to have stuck to some of the main rooms here.
Could I roll religion to maybe figure out a way to flush out the spirit?
Okay. Roll your religion here. What is everybody else doing while Grenelford's the only one inside?
Hina's going to walk around the outside, see if there's any signs of life.
Okay.
She's not going to break into somebody's home. I mean, that's just rude.
So make a perception as well. Faith is going to go in and just try to keep an eye on Grenelford, make sure nothing happens. So you're looking for any signs of life, and well, you see some like little rats kind of scurry out from some of the leaves outside. But outside of that, you're not seeing too much more forest life. You're not seeing any the nice, kind deer that you saw before. You're not even seeing flocks of birds or anything here. You do hear some things out in the distance, some animals making whatever warnings or calls out as they capture prey, but nothing in the near vicinity of this cabin.
Well, she's just going to keep patrolling around outside, enjoying the beautiful day.
So, Grenelford, as you're trying to remember all the things done with these spirits, and really, it's really hard to force them out. They really have to want to kind of, make themselves known, so to speak, without being forced through some other means of magic. And as you're kind of holding the comb, kind of just thinking about it, just looking at it, wondering, where the hell is the spirit? Why is it not talking to us? Faith comes by the doorway, and you just kind of, you see the shadow from the doorway, and you look back, you see Faith there, and you see her eyes just kind of get real wide when you look at her. And then as you kind of turn around, you see this transparent floating woman. Looks very withered, almost dried up. Her clothes are almost in tatters. Looks like she was in some kind of a gown. And all the little tatter bits are just floating off. You don't even see her feet. Looks like she's just hovering about a good foot and a half off the ground. And her eyes, her bright blue eyes, just kind of look down at you, and they kind of focus on that cone.
Grenelfert will be very polite, and he'll do a bow to her and say, "Madam, forgive the intrusion. I wish to speak with you."
And again, her head kind of jerks sideways. Her arms again have similar jerky movements as her hand kind of slowly reaches out and the palm kind of opens up, reaching towards that comb. Her face kind of a neutral look to it. Just the eyes are just wide focused on that comb.
He offers the comb and says, "Let me try and do the voice this time." I hope to speak with you and offer you this comb, as it is the only thing that might deign to reach your beauty.
The one that cannot speak wishes to speak. There is humor in that somewhere. Give me the comb and speak your words.
He
you hear
offers
this
the
in your
comb.
head. So
Okay.
Faith is just seeing this thing go on, and she's like, "Inna?"
What?
And
Look at these pretty flowers.
So, what do you say to the spirit as you give it the jeweled silver cone?
I do give it the comb, and he'll continue to speak, the only way he can. I am seeking a great spell book for the betterment of knowledge. It is the spell book of Ergo the Magnificent. And I've been told that one of your renown may have some knowledge on its whereabouts.
So, you come seeking the knowledge of the dead, have you? So be it. But be careful what you ask. You do not know whose knowledge may benefit from this book. And with that, your eyes kind of dilate a little bit as your mind, like, you see her, but then the vision of her just kind of fades in front of you, and it's almost as if you yourself are being moved out of the cabin. In fact, as you go through the walls, almost like a spirit yourself, you fly up high above the land, and you kind of look up, and for a moment, you're just weightless. Birds fly by. You're above the forest, and you can see the land all around. It's an amazing sight. And then you feel yourself suddenly get pulled far away from here, at such speeds that some of the terrain, the mountains, all become a blur, until you come to this jerking stop. Before you see a wide fallen temple in a misty wasteland, which, from what you hear in your head, this marks the entrance to what you seek. And you get pulled closer through the temple. Beyond the fallen temple lies a small, putrid room. It's covered in crawling insects, small and large bones alike. The trail of bones seems to lead to a dank area, a seemingly endless hole in the center of this room. Around it are what seem like runes. Beyond the hole, there is this immense wooden door. Large claw marks are all over it, somehow untouched by time and the elements. That's when you hear a faint sound of footsteps behind you. As you turn around, Renifert, your vision is struck by a large black claw, which abruptly ends the vision. You feel your body just rubber band back from whatever this location was into your current form, and you feel a hand on your chest as your eyes start to gain their focus, and you see Faith holding you back as she's got the sword drawn, looking at this specter here, and you hear her voice starts to come clear, and she's shouting for it to stay back. And the specter is still in a similar floating motion before you, now holding that jeweled comb.
At this point, Ina's running in.
Oh boy. Oh boy. So what was I doing when I came to?
You were just standing there as you were, but you felt a hand on your chest, and as your senses started to come back to you, you see it was Faith's hand holding you.
Okay.
And she's interposing herself between you and the spirit, thinking that the spirit was trying to hurt you. So she has her weapon drawn at the spirit, and as the words, as your hearing returns to you, you make out her shouting at it to stay back.
Stop. It was not harming me.
What's going on in here?
And as you
what the heck is that?
As you rush in, you see the image of this almost elderly woman, this dried up husk of a person, with these tattered gowns that's floating in the cabin, start to fade away. And when Faith looks at you, and Ariana looks back, the specter's gone. And Grenelfert, you are the only one that saw that vision.
I rolled a history to see if I know anything about that temple. I can roll religion too, if it'll get me more information.
So from what you can tell from that, the temple itself, you're not quite sure. You need to research a little more and maybe find a place in the library. But the area that you kind of saw before you were pulled inside the temple, that wasteland you do kind of recognizes. Those are the Fell Marches. Those are very far away to the east. It's a place that you've heard stories about, you've read about, but you've never met anybody who's actually been from there. Apparently, very bad things are rumored to be there. Things from other worlds, creatures of nightmarish design just prowl that land. Apparently, whatever cataclysm made that place a wasteland also either created these things or pulled these things into the world, and they've never left.
Oh boy.
Hey, buddy, okay?
I'm fine. We're done. We can go back.
Really, that's it? We're done?
We're done.
Uncle Grenifert doesn't mess
Really?
around.
Ina's going to take a look around inside before we leave.
Don't take anything. And Grenelfert walks out.
That was really super fast.
Well, I mean, I planned the whole expedition. Did you think that anything horrible would go wrong?
Ina discovers a new smell.
There's a spooky specter. That's kind of what she's focused on.
There's opens a closet and bats fly out and there's all kinds of bat droppings inside of it. These bats start flying out of the cabin.
There's some questions that are unfair to ask.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm walking out.
Yeah, and Faith does too, closing the door.
I guess Posh was in the wagon the whole time.
Keeping an eye on things, making sure
Yeah.
no other ambushes while they try to commune with the spirit.
No other what?
No other ambushes.
Gruntlefort ponders burning the building down for just a moment, but then he gets back into the carriage.
Are you sure you don't want to burn it down? I think both me and Faith would be perfectly fine with that.
Well, that's probably why I'm not going to burn it down.
I don't understand you, little one.
Alchemist fire is expensive. And I couldn't exactly get more oil while we were in town, you know.
You know, what happened to your other... You know, on second thought, I don't want to know.
To my other what?
To your other oil, I don't want to know. I'm just going to assume you misplaced it somewhere and it burst into flames.
That's precisely what happened. I burned the universe's house
La
down.
la la. La 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 la.
All right, so after communing with that spirit there and Gruntlefort gaining that insight, there were quite a few other things in this area that you also were curious about checking out.
Well, there's Thornberry, but I was thinking we may want to stop and see if we can wipe out the party of gnolls.
Well, there was the other one in the ruined watchtower. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Yeah, that's where one of the little prospectors were shouting that there were undead seen there. When they got close,
We can
they
go-
were chased off.
We can go check out the ruined watchtower. I bought enough supplies for there to be 5 extra days.
Well, it's not too far out of our path. I say we make a quick pit stop. I do not want undead roaming these lands.
Gruntlefort glares at Ina, but that was before you came along.
Are you calling me fat, good sir?
I'm calling you not being present for me to buy supplies for you. I bought supplies for us, and we had enough plus some. Now we only have enough, if that.
I could go hunting. I've got a crossbow.
It's just all my planning is ruined.
Okay.
I guess I could starve.
You could.
Ooh.
Ina just sits there sad and, sad and disappointed.
We've got extra rations. I just remembered.
You have ravens?
Food. Not raisins. Carrots. Someone brought extra carrots.
Rations. He means
I'm not sure who, but we keep finding them.
He means rations.
And the
I'm
stone
gonna figure
gives a
something
look
out.
like whoever keeps bringing these carrots is going to get shanked by one of the carrots. That stoat does not like carrots.
It's fine. I'm going to learn how to find my own food. Just you watch.
I can't let you starve, but I am pissed off that I couldn't buy that I didn't know to buy stuff for you.
So Faith will go on half rations. So wouldn't be.
Oh no, I don't
Well, her
want
and Enel,
that.
so that way it's not, not really affecting too much with that.
I mean, Grendelford knows we can manage. He's just giving them a hard time because he did all the planning for this to go smoothly. And then Ina shows up.
It's almost like one of those stories in the books you read all the time about this one similar person called Rick something that always seemed to show up and ruin things for other people.
Oh yeah, Rick's horny.
So
I remember her. She's the worst character in the whole book.
and she's in all the books.
She's in all the books, in almost every chapter. I love you, Anthony.
All right, so picking up, and so you didn't really make any camp here. You just began to travel off down the road here.
Yeah.
So making your way towards the little ruined watchtower where you heard a lot of the troubles were at. So, who wants to roll for the random encounters?
I think so. I think Ina should because she's gonna bring everything back.
Fine, let's Rick Sorry this moment again.
Let's do it. Oh look, you Rick sorted it up.
Roll a d12.
That's low. Low's good, right?
That's
Golf
the
scores?
number. That's the number of young adult dragons we have to fight.
Close.
Oh,
Let's
oh! I need to stop joking about that stuff.
see. Where is that map? Here it is. So let's bring you out over here.
Oriana's just so sad and grumpy that she can't find food and she has to borrow food and
So,
Well, to be fair, everybody's borrowing food from Grendelford. Grendelford really did pay
he
for
bought
this.
them all, yeah.
But you didn't. You told Spart not to hunt. You said you wanted Spart to eat your food.
I know. I'm just fucking around with y'all.
Facetiousness.
Grendelford knows, and Spart can be free to hunt. It's probably for the best.
all right. So, as you stop to make camp, got a little echo here. Maybe on Steven's side.
Oh, sorry.
So, as you stop to make camp here near the trail end of the day, you hear this loud roar. And as you hear that, you see this figure just start charging out the tree line. Just blind rage. And it looks very familiar.
It's Beats. Oh, another one of these guys.
If it was Beats, you all would have been dead before you knew it. Beats is a old character from a previous campaign, for those wondering. She was something of a legend. All right, so yeah, this roaring monstrosity, another ogre that you see just come barreling out. Seems to be similar build from the one that you saw before. This might have been a tribesman of that same ogre that may have been tracking you, trying to find who killed its brother or mate. So, let's
We
all-
in the cart. We got the cart again, right?
you do.
Second verse, same as the first, Dave. From the concealment of the cart, Kavash will launch death, if possible.
You can, but it has seen you while you're in the cart.
What? Dude, he like always stealths in the cart, man. Like, as a bundle of clothes or something.
Grendelford is healed, right? We spent the night and we're all healed.
That is correct.
I guess it's
So if you get
time,
out the
folks.
cart, you will be spotted.
Is it initiative time, Dave?
It is
going to
initiative
attack?
time.
Whoa.
Good job, Grindelfert. Gotta
This is
love
gonna
it.
go. This is gonna go so bad for all of us because I always roll a horrible initiative.
It was teetering on the 20 for Faith's initiative, and then it just the dice just rolled over to an 8. It did. Let's see, who are we missing? Spart. Just in case he's got some issues with his little ones.
I think I
roll
just had some
50.
technical difficulties.
Gotcha. All right, I just dropped your initiative on here, so I don't know if you're away or not. Well, pretty good initiative order actually. Grendelfert. Yeah, you see this creature just barreling out the some of the trees here, coming straight at you, your cart, your whole crew.
Fun. All right, so I'm gonna switch my psychic focus to the mantle of command, and I'm going to cast Commander's Sight on the ogre. And I'm gonna end my turn and use my reaction to move Faith next to Ina right here.
Which square? Okay.
Yay! Now everyone gets advantage on their attacks against that thing.
Sweet.
Just in time for Inna.
I was just wanting to outrun everyone.
Wait, I get advantage and
15, 20,
I go before?
25.
Seems
That
like a
puts us
recipe
in
for
range.
a disaster there, Kavash. Not for you,
Well,
but for it.
It's getting the Hexblade curse, and I'm going to take my shot at it.
Don't forget advantage.
Yep, yeah. Should do it different. Say,
Well, I'll never roll a 19 with this ability. No, it only takes.
One sec, dang.
all right, so yeah, you hit it. Just the force of the blast. So you run up as Grendelfer starts shifting your comrades and starts using his mental powers to hyper focus your attacks on it with better coordination than you normally could. You charge up and you launch an Eldritch Blast at it. Again, just as you pull the sword out during your movement, continuing that arc as the blade extends, pointed out at this thing. The energy rises up through your arm, through the blade, and releases as a very sharp, focused beam. Though it hits it and just kind of moves its shoulder back a little bit, just kind of nudges it, it just still snarls like it doesn't even feel it.
That's fine. Just setting it up.
Fair enough. Is there anything else that you are doing on your turn?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, Kavash.
Well, I can't assassinate it, Dave, so it's not auto crit because it's not surprised by me.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not.
you still.
It's not surprised.
I think you still get it just because you go before it in the turn order.
No, that gives me advantage.
Advantage.
Oh,
I gain advantage anytime I go before something in the beginning of combat, but then I
And-
auto crit if I hit something that is surprised by me. That's not the case though, but I still get advantage. So, light
Gotcha.
crossbow
And you got
shot.
advantage on all that damage.
Yep, 16.
All right.
For 14 damage. And then I will take cover behind the cart.
All right. So you spring up and you fire this crossbow. And as you do, the crossbow bolt flies up, manages to hit it on the same spot where in a blast, it almost like she created a bullseye for you. And you do see a little bit of blood come out from it, but it's just so much muscle mass that it's like it doesn't feel much of it.
Yep.
All
That
right.
is my turn, Dave.
Spart, it is your turn. So let's see if this is Grenelford's cart.
So next after me is Faith.
It's your turn, but yes, Faith would be the next one out of the order.
Okay. Spark gives Faith a big thumbs up. We've got this.
Wait, why is the
So-
cart on fire?
Because it's Grenelford's cart.
Wait, what?
Oh no!
Not the alchemist fire.
So Faith now has Bardic Inspiration.
Okay. Oh, what's the die on that? A D6?
D6.
Okay.
Spot will move up next to Aina, point at the big, ugly-looking ogre beast, and say, "If we're not afraid of you, we're going to take you out." So that's a casting of Hideous Laughter.
All right. And let's see here. What's the, was it a will save?
I'll double check on Don John real quick. That is... No, it doesn't actually tell you on Don John. That's not very helpful. There it is. Wisdom. Yeah.
All right. Let me roll his wisdom here. And then we'll see what the DC is.
DC is 13.
Okay. And of course, we all know ogres are the most intelligent creatures on the planet. You said it was 13?
Should have been, yeah.
Okay. It has failed.
There we go.
All right. Concentration up to a minute. Okay, so yeah, you see this thing was charging out, and then it just starts. It kind of stops and starts laughing, and it starts just kind of holding its sides, and the as the spell starts taking over, and it just falls prone, laughing uncontrollably.
That wasn't a joke.
You're really funny at this. What's your secret?
I don't know.
That actually is the truth.
It must have been a really good punchline. I just didn't get it.
I said we were going to beat him up.
Hmm.
And I pointed my stick at him.
I think it might be the stick. It's laughing at your stick.
It's a good stick.
All right, is that all Spart does?
Yes, that's all Swart does.
Okay. So it's kind of silly to run up and charge this thing right now. So she is just going to take her crossbow and hope for the best. Let's see. All right.
If she's attacking it, don't forget she gets advantage.
Thank you for reminding me on that, because that would have been a classic Faith.
I don't use my my side points for nothing.
Yeah. So she does hit it, but not quite as impressive when she first used a crossbow and got that nice crit. She does manage to pierce its hide with the heavy crossbow, but it doesn't seem to do a lot of damage from it.
Did she break the laughter?
Let's see. I'm rolling for that. So I was trying to look up here. Wisdom. Nope. It is. It did not make it save.
That was a really good joke.
Apparently.
What's the deal with Spart, man?
He's a good joke teller.
Spart is special.
It's all about the delivery.
All right, so that's going to end her turn. And now this thing is laughing uncontrollably, and it's going to make another save at the end of its turn here. And it does make the save this time. So let's get rid of just the prone there. So okay. All right. So that ends its turn, but it is no longer laughing at the joke. It no longer finds that joke funny. And Grenelfert, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm going to use a bonus action to cast Light Step.
Okay.
I'm going to run up behind Spart, and I'm going to cast Animate Weapon.
All right.
Are you fucking kidding me? Well,
You always have bad luck with that ability.
I know. I'm thinking about changing out the discipline.
So you send out your weapon as you move, altering your body's weight and density. Going behind Spart, you launch the what was it? A mace?
Yeah, it's a mace.
You launch the mace out like a homing missile going at this thing, and let's see. Well, yeah. So even though it's finished laughing with that, it just kind of takes that club it has, that large femur bone, and just bats the animated weapon away. Sends it kind of spiraling into one of the little nearby bushes. So, let's see. All right, what else does Grenelfort do?
Sigh and feel bad.
Oh, bro.
I'm really going to change that discipline out.
Okay. All right, and Ina, it is your turn.
I'll go full support.
Well, I'm finally within
It is
melee
prone.
range, so this
You get advantage if you're using melee.
will be fun then.
16 will hit.
And then offhand swing with the unknown magical sword. That doesn't make contact.
Yeah. The other sword's kind of, Requiem's kind of taunting, like, hey, I'm the only sword that you ever need, baby.
I'm starting to see that. The only one that ever seems to stab things. No, you can't stab me.
What else does Ina do?
That's it. Action bonus and move.
All right, so you run up and you swing at it with Requiem making contact, slashing this thing right across its back. You go through with the other blade that you found, and as you do so, the thing just kind of rolls out the way. The blade just kind of hits the dirt, and before the creature can go back and try to smash the blade with its club, you pull the sword back. So, Kavash, you've seen this combat here. Ina is going toe-to-toe with this thing that's still on the ground as you're hiding behind the cart.
Oh, we have a card picture now. Cool. What the hell was that noise?
Not sure.
Sorry, out of character. It was in real life. Extremely loud banging noise. It was weird. Sorry.
UPS?
Well. Now, Okay, he's going to dash out from behind the cart, producing 2 darts.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm trying to calculate movement. Yep, there we go. And then throw 2 darts at the thing.
All right. Roll your attacks.
Do I still have advantage from Grindelford or no?
No.
No.
No, it's prone right now. That's actually.
Yeah, it's worse.
So it's disadvantage. 13. Does 13 hit it, Dave?
Yes. 13 will. Well, let me see here. So, Ina's currently meleeing it. And she is providing
So
cover
no.
for it. So, you fling your dart, that first dart, and you wind up striking Ina in the back.
Well, it's a good thing that her armor class is better than 13.
Oh,
Dink, and just that slow turnaround.
that's awesome.
Same thing. 2 dinks.
So the first one hits her in the back, and you dink. She turns around, and another dart just kind of goes dink, like right in the center of the breastplate.
No, I throw them both simultaneously is why I just went ahead and rolled the 2 at once.
All right, so you're tapping Ina there on the shoulders, and what else are you doing?
That's it. I moved and I attacked twice.
Okay. Spart, it is your turn.
See, baby, that's why you don't need anyone else's long swords. They can't penetrate. They're little darts.
Spark calls out, Ina, you're doing great.
Advantage.
That bardic inspiration for Ina now.
Yay!
I can have multiple up at the same time, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
That's
just marking this here, so you should see a little 6 token on there. All right. Let's see. Anything else you're doing, Spart?
Spark makes a big look of trying to go ahead and psych himself up. I can do this. I can take him out. I can do this. And then Spark runs up into melee to assist Blade Ward up.
Let's see. I'm trying to pull up the effects on here. It is. Wow, that took a while to update. Resistance. Okay. Fantastic. So, you do that. And okay, Faith's going to come out with her longsword. And let's see, can she actually hit this thing? Or it's still prone, so actually she gets advantage on that. She hits both.
I don't believe you.
You have to see it on the replay. It's the only reason why she hit both was at advantage. Let's see. 9 and 5. So she runs up and taking out the sword, she's just screaming as she runs. You know, yeah! And she comes down with the blade once and then follows through with another overarching strike on this thing's back. Dealing a total of 14 damage. And that's all she's going to be able to do here. So, with that, it is Captain Stinky. And Captain Stinky will stand up, because he doesn't like getting hit in the back. Let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's see who's done the most on him. Alright, so he's going to focus on Ina here. Oh yeah, he smells horrible.
Just like his buddy.
Oh my lord. Okay, Ina, he just got a critical hit on you. So he comes up, and as he stands up, he arcs the club up from the ground, just connecting into your jaw with all his force, dealing 26 damage.
Well, I can't shield out of that one, but I have a question for it. Does he need a light? Oh, come on now. 3d10, and that's all it does. Well, Ina's already down, by the way.
Okay. So, dex save. Let's see. We all know they're very intelligent and very agile. Does not make that save. So, 12 rebuke damage.
That's
Okay.
supposed to be the time where it did 30 damage, and it looked epic.
All right, so yeah, Ina's down here from this thing clubbing, and I swear these things are getting freaking nat 20s on their attacks. It's ridiculous. All right, so Ina's down. That ends the ogre's turn here. Grindelfurt, you just saw Ina go flying up, like literally off her feet, about a good 4 feet in the air, and then land on her back. As you see this ogre stand up with the club arced in the air, still with Ina's blood on it.
Oh boy. Oh fuck. Gunford runs up and he's gonna try to heal Ina.
Okay.
Are you fucking kidding me? Come on.
The dice are out to get us. Either way, that brings her back up.
Yeah, she's still prone, but she's alive.
I just used another 3 side points. This fucking dice. I guess I'll switch to Psionic Restoration, Psychic Focus.
All right, and let's see. All right, so Ina, it's your turn. Your jaw hurts. You kind of taste the iron and copper in your mouth from the blood. You see Grenelfort kind of touching you as your eyes flutter open, and you see this big ogre standing up above you, and you see right up his loincloth.
Ew. She had a
Yuck.
snappy one-liner.
Yuck,
And-
Dave. Yuck.
Because you didn't hear no bell. And she'll spend half her move to get back to her feet. And then retaliate.
Technically, that should have been madness check. All right, so 22 should hit. And
No, I believe it though, man. That's hilarious.
all right, so returning the favor, she also stands up, taking Requiem with the momentum, doing a arcing slash up. From the
Yeah,
horrific
under the
view,
loincloth. Also.
all the way up its belly to its throat, and as you do so, the you get covered in blood from the wound. The loincloth is cut in half, and everybody gets to share in the madness as this thing drops to its knees and then kind of falls over backwards. Its stomach just spilling out its contents, its intestines, everything else, just from you completely opening it up. And it is no longer moving there.
Graham had to take care of it before Ina got any ideas.
And you also healed because it just died.
Yep. And then for good measure. I don't know why I have this other weapon here. It can't even stab dead bodies.
Maybe it's Requiem just causing it to not be able to hit, just so it can prove that it is the one and only.
True longsword.
Exactly.
It's even max damage too.
I feel like I should be doing one psi point at a time healing, because I just seem to not do as much healing when I roll multiple die at once.
That's
I
up to you
start
if you
to
want
get
to
you.
test that out. But it
What
certainly
was
is a
that,
boon.
Dave?
Said you can do that to test it out, but it certainly is a boon for the group.
A boon.
Yeah, I mean, it's helpful.
Oh yeah, I know. I know it's helpful, but I don't know. The dice just seem to not like me at all. All right, Ina. Here comes some healing, one at a time.
She casts darkness on the ogre, so no one has to see anything.
Grenelford is imitating the Oath of Annoyance paladin who just slaps you with one healing HP at a time.
Here, slap right where these dart marks are.
Kavash hides back into the cart.
Kavash, you dropped something, dear.
There's none. How are you doing?
Oh, that's more than enough. I was just going to use a hit dice to heal.
Yeah, sorry about that, but luckily it didn't do anything to you, so that's good.
Well, I still haven't seen your hit points go up. Oh, wait, there they are.
Sorry about that, Anna, but I'm glad you weren't hurt by me.
Oh,
okay,
Kavash,
dear.
you actually killed Inna. I was able to save her.
Don't give me that, man. I don't even have poison yet. I saw him bounce off her armor.
I don't know. I saw him bounce off her armor, and then she hit the ground.
It's okay. This isn't the fourth time I've almost died. I am okay. Now, if you'll excuse me, I am going to go lay down for a moment.
You did really good. I especially like when you cut his wing off.
Oh my god.
Well, Grenelford,
He doesn't
if you want a spell component, there you go.
He doesn't have one anymore.
Ogre
those
wing
anymore.
wang.
Grentelford doesn't use spell components. Thank God.
It's all dark. In fact, everything within a 15-foot radius of him is just pitch black.
That part looked really cool, though. Painful, but cool.
And ironically, that's not the first time one of Anthony's characters has severed a wing wang off its target.
Well, at least this one wasn't used against her. Unless he used it as a club, and that's what knocked her out. Well, there's the madness check for you.
Yeah, that's pretty horrifying. So, let's do the check here for your nighttime encounter, since you're going to have to break camp. So, who wants to roll this? Inna?
I guess if everybody wants me to kill them again.
Yes, kill us, please.
There's your
Sounds
16.
good.
Sounds like a death.
Dave,
Yes.
thanks for penalizing me because my computer messed up and I didn't get surprise hiding. I stealth all the time, brother. All the time. It's like a standard operating procedure for the boy. I will disguise myself as a bundle of rags in the back of the cart for just these such occasions.
Okay.
I'm just putting that out there just in case there's any question. Is Kavash stealthing? At every opportunity, he stealths.
Okay, and I will remember that in certain social encounters where you will be stealthing and all those, and that's going to come back.
Point taken, Dave. Point taken.
So there is a good and a bad to that strategy.
Point taken.
So
I retract my statement.
yeah, just before you go out, when you got that chance to say, "Hey, I hide in the back of the cart," that's all you got to do.
Well, like you said, he was restarting his computer.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's unexpected with that, but
I think I just have too many dang programs that load up in the beginning too. It's stupid.
well, you got to stop watching the My Little Pony when we game, and you'll be all good.
I don't watch My Little Pony when we game, dude.
It's okay. Your secret's safe with us. Nobody else will know.
No, I don't.
Dude, I watch
My Little Pony.
My Little Pony all the time. I don't know what you're talking about.
But not while we game.
No, I don't watch My Little Pony at all.
See, that's the whole crux of it. So, as you make your camp for the night here, is it the same order for your watch as Faith is setting up the tents and Grenelfert's going through the rations to see what he's going to try to whip up in a mixture of everything, still kind of irate that there's an extra mouth to feed? Technically two, because she brought a horse. That's why there's two horses on this cart.
I assume at some point we're going to send Sparta out to go hunting.
I have a question. Can I use a regular action, like an action, to do something that takes a bonus action?
Not normally. What are you trying to do?
Hey, Dave, I think this is our end time.
Yeah, I was just trying to resolute the nighttime here.
No worries, no worries. I'm going to have to step out. Later, guys.
Be good,
See you.
man.
Later.
But no, what were you trying to do?
Well, like, if I cast a spell that costs a bonus action as my bonus action, can I use my action, which allows more time to do another bonus action, to cast a different spell that casts a bonus action?
No, not, if you're trying to do it like during a combat with that, no, you only get the one action unless something specifically says otherwise.
That makes very little sense.
That's how they
Okay.
balance the gameplay, because a lot of spells require bonus actions to do really nasty effects if they allow spellcasters to, remain concentration as a bonus, and then they get to cast another spell or do another harmful effect that would decimate people. But I mean, you're outside of combat, so if you want to.
But I mean, no, but I can cast a spell as a bonus action and then cast another spell that takes an action which takes a longer time than a bonus action. Do you see why it doesn't really make sense to me?
Well, what they do with the regular spellcasters is if you have something like that, your second spell that's used is only a cantrip.
That is true. That is in the spell section. It
Yeah.
must be a cantrip.
Wait, I'm confused.
You can't cast. You cannot cast two leveled spells in the same turn. Your second spell must be a cantrip,
Yeah.
unless you have a sorcerer or a specific ability that lets you cast multiple leveled spells in the same turn.
Yeah, but Psionics doesn't really have leveled spells like that. Is psionics the same like that? I don't get it.
Well, psionics aren't treated as magic for certain things. They're treated a little differently with that, but some of the base rules still apply to them. Again, like the action economy, unless another psionic ability gives you a way to break that, you still can only use one ability that's an action and one ability that's a bonus as their same action type.
Okay, but okay, let's say Mantle of Joy, which is what I want to swap out Mastery of Earth and Stone or Wood and Earth out for. Soothing Presence. I can cast that as a bonus action. So after that bonus action, can I then go and cast Commander's Sight, which is an action? But it's also another psionic ability that takes psi points.
I want to say yes because it's not a spell per se.
Yeah, we'll go over that right after the game with that.
Okay, I just don't understand. I'm not trying to argue
Yeah,
anything.
no. Yeah, all right, we'll go over that more in the game. I just want to get to this, go over the events of the night, and that way we have a nice, good stopping point where we can pick up next Saturday. So,
Yeah.
I feel like I missed something important while I was gone. I'm sorry.
No.
You kind of were having issues with the spirits when they were conversing with the spirit. That
Oh.
was the main thing.
Okay, because at first the damn stupid Discord kept cutting out, and I wasn't able to transmit and all, which is weird, man. I don't even get what caused that issue. And then Roll20 was having a problem, and it took forever to reload it. It was just horrible. I apologize.
Yeah, no, I feel you, Pan. I used to have those issues with Discord myself in the past, where it just suddenly wouldn't let me transmit anything. So it has its quirks. So those doing the first watch here, so it's going to be Kavash. Roll your perception. All right, so going around the camp here, you again start just trying to look for the elusive poisonous snake.
The elusive baby vipers that I can raise.
Vipers,
and love.
copperheads, you name it. You're looking for it, and you're not finding them. You are.
Damn it.
Yeah. You're hoping you'll find some more luck as you get closer to some more of the hillsides and the actually rocky terrain of the mountains where they might be more inclined to kind of hide around. So you got high hopes for that. As you're moving around the camp here, you're just checking up on everybody. And it's really kind of awkward because they just had enough tents for the regular people now in this here, so it's like they got to swap out a bedroll, otherwise somebody's sleeping outside. So again, another frustration for Grindelford.
Well, Kavash will sleep in the car under some blankets and stuff, and let the ladies have one tent, and the dudes have the other tent. He's cool.
Yeah, that's not really the point. It's just kind of a humorous thought about some of the things that Uncle Grindelford gets worked up over. So
Yeah,
All his planning ruined.
Uncle Grindelford crazy.
So he gets a little. You get a little smile to your face about that. Grindelford just means the best with all that, but just seeing him get worked up over rations and horse feed.
He's ornery as hell, man. He just is.
So you kind of giving Inna the kind of stink guy, like alchemist fire plus Inna Worth it?
Yeah, it's not the fact that Ina's here. It's the fact that Ina's here and he wasn't able to plan for it.
Correct. So he's more
Yeah.
mad at the anomaly than Inna herself.
Yeah.
So with that, you get a little chuckle with that as you kind of watch over your fellows. They're sleeping. You again seeing the animals kind of move through the night, the various little predators at night. None of them get really too close to your camp, which is a good thing. Makes your job a whole lot easier. But sadly, the one predator that you hoped would have made its appearance, viper, any kind of poisonous snake, something that maybe wants to get just a little warmer, get by that fire, and then you have full reason to just take it, does not make an appearance, and you wake up the ladies there for their watch here. So, Inna, you are woken up by Kavash
Dang it.
to take your watch, and I need you to roll a
Inna.
perception.
Keep a lookout for any snakes. Let me know.
I
Good
don't
night.
want to see any more snakes. Good night.
I'm not talking about trouser snakes, and I'm talking about actual snakes of the earth. I still think it was cool you cut his wing off, and then I laid down to go.
Wah, 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 wah.
That was Requiem that touched that too. So now you are touching the blade that touched the wing.
You're touching the blade that touched the blade.
So as you're making your rounds around the camp, you start looking around for things, and you thought you might have saw maybe a snake or something, but then it brings back horrible visions to the recent events, and you kind of shake your head out of it. And as you shake your head out of it, you see some movement. It's something by the guy's tent. And when you get closer to it, this red flash, this little streak comes flying out, just little bat wings, and the smell of brimstone. And just these little cackles, these little... And as it does so, it leaves the tent, and this is where Grenelford's sleeping. You feel something kind of hit your head. And it just kind of bounces off your head and hits your shoulder.
She's going to take a look, very, very frightful.
That winged creature dropped the wing wang on you.
Are you serious, Dave? For real?
So it's another coin.
Horribly inappropriate, Dave.
I'm going to react and throw a shield up.
Dave, out of character. Bad form, sir. Bad form.
No, wait, I missed something. I think my headset cut out.
Yeah, so the similar creature to what was seen at the castle, the manor cellars, it flew out of your tent. And as it flew out the tent, it dropped something on Inna. Because, well, being a creature from the lower planes, it loves to torment people.
Bad form, Dave. Bad form.
I shield.
Oh boy.
It dropped the wing wang on her, dude. That's what it did.
Oh, that's great. I love it.
So she gets the shield out and just smacks the wing wang way out into the darkness. And as she does that, she just kind of, shake it up a little bit. And eventually becomes Grenelfert's. It's his time to take his watch. And as he does so, there's another bright, shiny coin on his chest.
All right, I get paid again.
Yeah, and it just looks kind of terrified. She seems to always be looking up.
Oh, she's looking every direction and occasionally rocking back and forth.
It's raining wangs. Hallelujah. It's raining wangs.
Well, only Anna knows that right now. So,
Don't ever do that again, man. Good God.
Oh, I like to sing.
Oh, man.
so now
There, it's
Grilford's
gone.
gonna inject dreams about raining right now. So he's just got a nice new shiny coin. He's happy. Well, your perception. And it just spends the last remaining of her watch just shooting Eldritch blasts out in the darkness.
And she can see perfectly in it, too.
We didn't see where it rolled through with some of the, the grass and all that, but you're just blasting everything there. It's the only way to be sure.
Starting to subscribe to the set everything on fire theory.
So, Grilford, you start walking around and you see this big patch of burnt, scorched earth. Wasn't there when you went to bed. Not sure why it's there now. It seems kind of recent. Some of the grass is still kind of smoking from it, but it looks like somebody spent a good hour just destroying this terrain for whatever reason.
It's okay. I know what the universe's game is. I burned its house down, and now it's coming after me. But you can't fool me. I got you before you got me.
All right, so as you're going around, you that's really the oddest thing that you see there. There's apparently whatever did that scared the rest of the animals in the areaway. It's very quiet, and then you start to see the sun rise up over the mountains. And as usual, you realize, oh crap, I forgot to start breakfast.
Oh yeah, I'm really in the mood for sausages. I'm just gonna make a bunch of sausages for breakfast. Everyone's
Dear
plate.
Lord.
Everyone's plate has 2 sunny side up eggs with a giant sausage laid up in between them.
I'm not sure why Ina's using her sword to cut her food today, but
Cutting through the ration plate, just non-stop chopping it. Bits of egg and sausage go flying about. Everybody just kind of looks at Enna like, what is wrong with you? Again, continuing the trend of very awkward breakfasts on this journey.
Ari, I ended up with an extra sausage. Do you want it?
can I see that for a second? Here, throw it at me.
Here.
No, I need you to throw it at me.
He tosses the sausage to her.
I hellish rebuke it.
Wow.
Take that, sausage.
Hellish rebuke the sausage. Good Lord.
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. And she
I think it's
doesn't
a
look
little
sorry in the
burnt.
slightest.
I think it's a little burnt.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, if it wasn't before, it is now. Good Lord, she just, she damned that thing. So yeah, what used to be a nice, decent sized sausage there just got fried into this little small charred husk that used to be a good piece of meat.
I mean, you didn't let me plan for you to come here, and now you're wasting our food. I mean, I love you, Anna, but you're really starting to piss me off.
It's fine. There's always more food.
I'll give you some fucking food, Anna. The next ogre we fight, I'm going to chop that up and serve it to you. It will be your food for the rest of the time you're with us
That's
on
gross.
this outing.
Uncle Grindelford, don't talk like that. That's disgusting. Jeez.
Dare
It's
you
no
say such
different.
things?
It's no different than killing a fawn or
And
a deer
hearing
or
this
whatever.
situation as like Faith was just eating a part of a sausage, you see her just kind of tilt the plate around and just like whatever she had in her mouth, she just kind of spit out, and it's just like she has no appetite at all anymore.
Of course not. Uncle Grimmelford's talking about cutting off wings and feeding the people.
I actually did
Good
not
point.
say that. I just said I would cut him up and serve it to her. I
You
just
said
said
I'll cut that off,
I
Uncle
I
Grimmelford.
did
That.
not. I
He
did
didn't.
not.
He didn't.
So, but it looks like he's got plans to give Anna ogre burgers.
That was the idea. Kavash making this all gross. What's wrong with you, Kavash?
He's a 13-year-old boy. You know, what can you expect?
Out of character, Kavash eats only his rations from now on.
Staying away from Gretelfurt's kitchen. Not a bad idea, to be honest with you. Wonder how the breakfasts will be. Every single thing has been very awkward this journey. But as the sun comes up here, let's see where you're at on the map here, because you're not actually very far from where you're headed. Let's move you back out here.
Oh my god.
All right, so good news is it looks like you're about a day's journey here.
Who did we lose?
What do you mean, who do we lose? Somebody
I
left?
heard that. Oh, never mind. That was Skype. No, disregard.
Yeah, don't worry about Skype. All right. So, looks like you got about one more day's journey. Before the end of the day, you'll reach that ruined watchtower and kind of investigate where all that undead activity was coming from. So, all right. So this is where we're gonna stop off here for today. We'll pick up here for next week. So, is there anything else you guys wanted to kind of cover up before we log off here?
No, it was a good session. I had a lot of fun, and boy, I love that opener, man. That was good stuff.
Speaking of which, anybody that's watching here want to do a replay of the session here, and I'll be staying online here. So if you guys want to chit chat, talk, anything like that, I'll be here. But yeah, we'll end this here. I hope you guys enjoyed watching, and see you next time.
Ogre wing wang. Wing wang. Wing wang.
Okay,